Yeah, yeah, and I Okay.
I don't know, maybe like 2 or 3 feet, so you can still, or I guess.
So we don't
about
want to
here.
block the
Yeah,
walkway.
just
So
about to
okay.
here.
So we could go there.
Okay. Then folks can see.
You're authorized to make this. No one's going to come and say, "Hey, why is the podium?"
You can say, "Oh, that person over there told me to do it."
That lady.
Yeah. My name is Heather.
Okay.
No, but it's just
I asked Bill because over here I sat over here.
Oh yeah, totally understand. Yeah.
it's like famous for this.
Oh,
That lady, I don't know her name.
Right.
how was she? Like, I don't know. Well, somebody, one person asked.
I'm looking for things.
I am, thank you. This thing's great, by the way.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Silence there.
Yep.
The instructions in there. Okay.
Yep.
If you, Lois is hoping to know what Tristan might want for timing.
Gotcha.
If she doesn't connect with him, you can ask him.
Yeah, sure. Okay, if everybody could start making their way back in, let's get started. Anybody out in the lobby, come on in, find a seat. Welcome to day 2 of the Pipeline Safety Trust Conference. Okay, well, it's great to see so many of you back today. I hope yesterday was enjoyable. I certainly learned a lot. I really enjoyed a lot of those conversations. I hope everybody learned a thing or two, and I hope everybody enjoyed a conversation with someone maybe they don't agree with, or heard a new perspective that they hadn't heard before. That's one of the great things about this conference. Yesterday really went right into the program, and I spent my time just kind of talking about logistics. And so today, I wanted to take a little bit of time and just talk about the Pipeline Safety Trust a little bit, to give you all a sense of our history and what we are about. And I know a lot of you in the room are very familiar with us, but a lot of you are not. And so I wanted to take that time today. As many of you are probably aware, we were born out of a pipeline tragedy. It was June 10th, 1999 in Bellingham, Washington. A lot of folks in Bellingham, Washington, nearly everybody in Bellingham, Washington was not aware that there was a hazardous liquid pipeline that runs through the middle of the town. Unaware to the people of Bellingham was that years before that day, on June 10th, a contractor had struck that pipe and not reported it and covered it up. Years after that, but before June 10th, 1999, the operator on an inline inspection had discovered that that anomaly was there and had not prioritized it for repair. Also, in the months leading up to June 10th, there was a block valve that was not installed properly, and it kept shutting when it shouldn't. Something like 60-some times in the months before June 10th. On June 10th, the operators decided to upgrade the software in the control room, and without a redundant system, and so they were at that time running blind. And while that control room software was down, that block valve once again closed. They assumed it was like the other 60-some times in the previous months and didn't close for a reason, and so they started it back up. What those operators did not know is that that pipeline had ruptured and was spewing gasoline into the creek that runs through the middle of Bellingham, Whatcom Creek. And by opening that block valve again, they emptied more and more gasoline. All told, about 250,000 gallons of gasoline. Also on June 10th, a young man named Liam Wood was given the day off of work. And to anyone who knew Liam, knew that if he had a day off of work, he was going fishing, and that is what he did that day. Went into a canyon where he loved to fish, was not able to get out of that canyon and was kind of overtaken by the fumes and drowned. There were two boys, Stephen Shorvis and Wade King, who had the park with that creek in their basically their backyard, and they were playing along the creek. Some folks think maybe playing with matches, as 10-year-old boys will do, or fireworks or things like that. needless to say that 250,000 gallons of gasoline ignited, and I will not go into the gory details of that and just say that they passed away in the morning that night. So in the aftermath of that, the families of the boys, the community of Bellingham, a local environmental activist, some of you may know, named Carl Weimer, all got together to learn more about pipelines. Meanwhile, the Olympic Pipeline Company, the operator, said, we need to get this pipeline started. SeaTac, the Seattle airport, is relying on the jet fuel from this pipeline, and we need to get it started. They did not know what had gone wrong yet. They just wanted to start the pipeline back up. It turned out that they had let their franchise agreement with the city of Bellingham expire, and the city had a little bit of the upper hand there, and they kept them from starting that pipeline back up. I know there are a lot of people in this room today that know this story very well from different perspectives. When they were trying to restart the pipeline, for example, the community demanded that there be a hydro test on that pipeline to make sure that there aren't other problems along this pipeline. There's a lot of resistance. Eventually, the community won. They did a hydro test, and that pipeline failed just up from a school, and the water out of that pipeline flowed right down to the school. So this group, of the families of the boys, the community, Carl Weimer, they came up with this idea of an advocacy organization that could work to keep the pipeline industry accountable, to keep the regulators accountable, and to improve pipeline safety. They successfully lobbied to the Department of Justice and eventually succeeded. And the Department of Justice, if you could go to the next slide, my thing's not working here. The Department of Justice said that part of that settlement, about $4 million, or $4 million of that settlement had to go to form this watchdog organization to keep the operators and the regulators accountable. And you'll see here, this is kind of our founding language from that judge that day. We've nowhere near the lobbying potential of the oil industry. It's not even David and Goliath. It's more like Bambi and Godzilla. No industry polices itself very well. You need outside people, and these are going to be the people, so pay attention to them. And that's what we've been doing, and I always say whenever I'm speaking, that means people are listening, and so I thank all of you for paying attention to us and listening. So we've been around now for, the tragedy was almost 25 years ago. We've been around for about 20 years. All the while we've been doing that, we've had countless more pipeline tragedies and pipeline accidents and pipeline disasters. We've had Carlsbad, New Mexico. We've had the Enbridge spill in Marshall, Michigan. We've had the PG&E tragedy in San Bruno, SoCal Gas in Aliso Canyon, Columbia Gas in Merrimack Valley, Massachusetts, Denbury and Satarsha, Mississippi. And some of you may be aware, but maybe not, already, or just this morning, early reports are that 1 million gallons of crude oil have spilled, most likely out of a pipeline, very close to here in the Gulf, just 19 miles off the mouth of the Mississippi. So this continues to happen, and that's why we're here. And that's why we're all here in this room, to try to prevent that from happening. So that's the history of the Pipeline Safety Trust and why we are here, and that tragedy is our moral bedrock, and it's our inspiration. When I learned about that they were hiring an executive director, I learned more about the history of this organization, and I said, you know, it seemed like alchemy to me that to take all of this pain and all of this grief and turn it into something positive, the alchemy of that, that's an organization I want to be a part of, and a community that could, out of that unimaginable grief, fight for something so positive, that's a community I want to be a part of. And I've been honored and lucky enough to be a part of the Pipeline Safety Trust and the community of Bellingham since then. When I started, we had 2.0 FTE. We had 2 part-time employees, Carl and Rebecca, and me. We now are lucky enough to have 9 employees, which I am so incredibly proud of, and you will have seen their imprint on this conference and all of the panels we've held. And if any of those staff members are here, I see some in the back over there, please stand up. And when I think about our priorities as an organization, you really just need to look at our agenda. You know, I started listing these out last night, and I'm like, you know, this sounds just like our agenda. Our priorities are, you know, lifting up community voices, eliminating methane emissions, increasing public input on regulations, CO2 pipeline safety, pipeline safety research and development, communicating data that empowers the public, public engagement, hydrogen pipeline safety, geohazard mitigation, incorporating safety into siting and siting into safety, and of course direct engagement with operators that we will, you'll see in our last panel. So it's almost 25 years after Bellingham, 20 years after the founding of our organization, and I ask, are we making progress on pipeline safety? You know, inline inspection tools have come a long way. You know, we have integrity management programs. What do we see in the data? Could you go to the next slide? This is still not working. So I'm just going to take a real crude look at some of the data. We're going to get into this a lot more in the Ask the Operators panel this afternoon, or later this morning, I should say, that I think is going to be a really good discussion. But just as a starting point, we didn't go all the way back to 1999. The way PHMSA collects data, there's been a kind of a couple eras of data, and it's a little easier and consistent to look at it in those eras. So if we just go back to 2010, that band around the number of significant incidents shows significance, you know, statistical significance, and it looks like there is really no meaningful change in that trend line. Next slide. We break out the significant incidents by the type, by the cause. You know, there are certain causes that are more directly under an operator's control than others. Corrosion is very much under an operator's direct control, whereas excavation is not as much, certainly not as much under direct control. So we broke those out, and we don't see a difference either way. Next slide. Now this is breaking out by system here, and still, while it looks like stronger trends that you can see, they're really, the uptrend and the downtrend are still really not statistically significant. But it is hard to say that we are making progress. And this one goes back to 2002. Next slide. This is often on liquids. Rather than looking at significant incidents, it's a multi-stakeholder group years ago came up with a metric to really think about what's important from a pipeline safety perspective on how to determine the significance of an incident. And that multi-stakeholder group, which included the Pipeline Safety Trust, came up with this incidents affecting people in the environment. And so we looked at that and you can see a slight downtrend, but also not statistically significant. Next slide. Another thing we wanted to look at was the effectiveness of the integrity management program. This came in the aftermath of Bellingham. It's a program where PHMSA now asks operators, identify the most important areas of your pipeline, the ones that will impact people in the environment the most. We'll call those high consequence areas. The pipelines that are within those areas or that could affect those areas, you don't need to only follow all of our prescriptive regulations, but you need to identify all of the potential threats that could affect that pipeline. And you need to come up with a plan to mitigate all of those threats, even if they are not in our regulations. So in the geohazard panel, for example, yesterday, we learned about the lack of really specific prescriptive regulations around geohazards. Well, for a high consequence area, an operator needs to recognize a geohazard as a potential threat and have a mitigation plan against that. But they do not have to have that outside of a high consequence area. So we looked at incident rates inside those high consequence areas and outside, and to see if integrity management programs are working. And you can see here that we don't see a meaningful difference inside or outside. And we're going to have some discussions on this afternoon. There's a lot of nuance here. And I'm hoping that there are answers to this as to why and how we can make it better. I think that can be it for slides. I want to bring up our next speaker now. We are honored to have Deputy Administrator Tristan Brown with us today. He has served in that role at PHMSA since 2021. He's been previously with the EPA, with Senator Peters' office, with Senator Klobuchar's office. We at the Pipeline Safety Trust are so grateful for his leadership and really excited to invite him to share his perspective today. So please welcome Deputy Administrator Tristan Brown.
Good morning, good morning. It is so good to be with you, and thank you so much, Bill, and hats off to the Pipeline Safety Trust and the entire team. You've done an incredible job bringing what's I'm told is the largest public contingent for the conference, and what seems like, at least from compared to last year, even a bigger contingent from industry. I know we've got a huge contingent from PHMSA here, and a few just initial points. I was riding the elevator yesterday, saw folks with the name tags on, and I didn't have one on, and folks didn't recognize me, so I was just asking how the conference was going, and I got feelings, verbal and nonverbal cues of discomfort or uncomfortableness, which just brought a big smile to my face, because those feelings, and I hope everybody feels a little uncomfortable during this conference, that's the sign that you're being exposed to ideas that are new to you. That is the feeling of being challenged, and also of growing. And that's how to better understand common goals that we have for everybody in this room, and how we forge a path ahead on safety. I know. I've met with so many people in this room, and without exception, every single person makes me a little bit uncomfortable in the best way possible. It is my job to be a little bit uncomfortable, and I know my team. We have our community liaisons in back, and we've got a host of people from across the agency, and I know I know you've both made people feel uncomfortable and praised their dedicated service, which we appreciate as well. But I hope if you haven't felt uncomfortable yet, then I'm going to try to do my best to make you feel at all uncomfortable this morning. And then the other few themes that I just want to sort of provide context for. One, the first theme is reminders. I constantly tell my team, thank my team for any and all reminders. But first and foremost, it's the reminder how this organization got started, really how PHMSA in many ways got started, and that's a story that Bill told about Stephen and Liam and Wade, and if you haven't, if you just joined us and missed Bill's retelling of that, you can certainly watch that later. The Pipeliners podcast has a really great 300th episode revisit of that, which I'm a big fan of. You can come talk to us. You can talk to anybody at the trust or on the board. But just wanted to thank the trust for that omnipresent reminder of what we do and why we do it, and to Bruce and Marlene and the families that allow the memories of those that we lost to inspire us still. And it inspires me, and I hope it inspires everyone. And if it doesn't inspire you yet, get a little uncomfortable and hear the story that really created and is the foundation of why we're here. So, reminders, then a little bit of empathy, and as I mentioned, a little bit of discomfort. And I say empathy. Part of what this trust is, what this conference is so good at, it is bringing people from such disparate perspectives. And I think you will find, as you put yourself in someone else's shoes and their perspective, that you will that will be foundation for your own success in achieving your goals, whatever they may be, in advancing pipeline safety from your perspective, which is why we're all here. I was asked to cover a few specific topics this morning, or we reached out to make sure we're covering the topics you want us to you want to hear from me on. I know we'll have a little Q&A session as well, but I did want to just jump into some of those topics that Bill, that you highlighted for me. And I think one of the first ones was our rulemaking and enforcement priorities. The PHMSA, as part of the Pipes Act of 2020, was directed to update our rulemaking progress on a monthly basis. And so you have access to that. We've added to that priority rulemaking chart our carbon dioxide pipeline rulemaking at the top, as a top priority for the agency, and that continues to be a top priority for the agency. At the request and in partnership with the Pipeline Safety Trust, we held a public forum, and I know many of you were in attendance for that over the summer in Iowa. We got a tremendous amount of feedback, really an unprecedented amount for us, and we've used that feedback to draft an extremely strong rulemaking to strengthen standards for carbon dioxide transportation via pipeline. The additional priorities you'll see in that PHMSA web chart include our methane leak detection and repair rule, which Congress directed us to complete with a very aggressive timeline. Our LNG facilities rule, again, Congress directed us to complete with an aggressive timeline. A couple rules that aren't on that rulemaking list, the other one being, gas distribution rule, also on an aggressive timeline. The class location rule is on there. I'm going to refer you to the chart for the priority rulemakings, but the ones that aren't on there involve, they're related, but they're on the other side of our agency. Our high hazard flammable train rule, as well as our real-time train consist rule. And, you know, I was talking to some folks here last night from the public interest community about the value of that rule, and I wanted to flag it for everybody this morning because that rule requires, we proposed that rule, so it's in the, we've completed the public comments, but it's not a final rule yet. But that rule requires railroads provide information in a case of an emergency or incident to first responders via a phone app. Something I talked about at the conference last year. We've advanced that rule, but I hope folks in this room consider that on the pipeline work that we all do here. Getting information to first responders as soon as possible, particularly when it comes to new emerging fuels, I think is something that we can all appreciate the value of, particularly from the standpoint of mitigating risk and impacts on people, and especially those who are running towards fires. We want to get those folks all of the information about what type of fire they're running into and how to be prepared for it. And these are, for most firefighters and emergency responders, you know, it's a 1 in 20-year event. For PHMSA, it's a all too frequent event. We have, you know, we respond to incidents extremely frequently, including this morning even. And so I wanted to flag that rule because I think there's a lot of progress we can make on getting our first responders information, which of course helps the public, protect the public and our infrastructure. The other rule, high hazard train rule, I don't want to get it too deep into that. That's we hope to get a draft of that out very soon. But just for your awareness that all these, obviously, we've got to triage our resources, and historically, while we've had one of the most productive rulemaking periods in the agency's history, we're not moving nearly as fast as we'd like to, and that's really ultimately resource constraints that we have. And so we appreciate that Congress has continued to ask about what they can do to help us, and we're hopeful about the new reauthorization providing additional resources for us. On the enforcement side, again, we've had one of the most sort of productive periods in the agency's history from an enforcement standpoint. Our goal is to not have enforcement issues to deal with, but that's a very tall order. But nevertheless, you know, our guidance on enforcement is public, and it's meant for everybody to be aware of, and we certainly welcome feedback on that. As you can imagine, you know, we want to prioritize the most impactful enforcement cases, address the most egregious incidents, and for those that are less egregious, you know, we still do that work and direct compliance, flag issues that could be an indicator of greater risk, and just hats off to not just the hundreds of inspectors at PHMSA, but the hundreds of inspectors at state agencies. I think, as I talked about at the conference last year and then testifying in Congress, we have more to oversee and worry about than we've ever had before, with relatively the same amount of resources. But we continue to find innovative ways to be efficient and to achieve our enforcement goals. I think just a little background too on how we related to enforcement, but maybe to the benefit of for understanding of those in the room. We triage our inspections of pipelines, both during construction phase and operations and maintenance phases of a pipeline's life. We have a complex algorithm that includes, almost any factor you could imagine, from, whether it's a high consequence area, what type of pipe it is, how long the pipe's been there, operating pressures, the operator's performance, many factors to determine the frequency of our inspections and, the nature of the inspections. And where we believe there's a higher risk to the public, we're obviously going to move what resources we have to ensure we're conducting comprehensive inspections. I'm just flagging that as part of our enforcement process because that's ultimately leads to enforcement activities as well. I think some of the other questions, Bill, that you had flagged included, the relationship between pipeline safety and the environment. That's something I talked about here last year, something that Congress seemed very interested in, and something I've heard especially from industry, and the notion that PHMSA's role has morphed into, environmental mitigation. And, I think it's maybe just worth reiterating for everybody's common understanding that our mission actually has stayed the same. Environmental risk mitigation has been fundamental and a part of the agency's mission for, if not since the inception, certainly for more than a decade. So that hasn't changed. However, Congress has directed us in the Pipes Act of 2020 to minimize methane emissions. And when I say us, I actually mean the industry, and given us the authority to effectuate that. But those are self-executing directives from Congress that methane emissions, both intentional and unintentional, must be addressed, and that we must include environmental impacts in our cost-benefit analyses that are the basis for our rulemakings. That was directed by Congress. So our mission hasn't changed. We have new directives from Congress, which have changed, and we are focused on that. In addition, we have faced legal actions regarding environmental impacts, or the process that every federal agency is required to go through as part of the National Environmental Policy Act. And so we've made hires to better account for our responsibilities that, again, Congress has directed us to do. But beyond all of that, I think what's really underlying these, let's say, critiques of the agency focusing on the environment is that's not how it used to be. That's a common perspective I hear from industry, but also even from folks within the agency. And so change comes hard for some folks and takes time. But the global marketplace and the impacts from environmental emissions related to the infrastructure that we oversee, those impacts are happening whether you believe it or not, and they are being accounted for in one way, shape, or form, whether you acknowledge it or not. We choose to acknowledge it. I actually hear industry frequently underscore their contributions to mitigating environmental impacts. So if there's something I'm missing here, because I continue to hear concern that the agency has shifted its focus, would love to hear what I might be missing in that space. Otherwise, we will continue to do the work directed to us by Congress, and we value the input on how we're doing on that from all sides. I think other items that we've discussed with the trust, just about the changing dynamic and technology deployment, and PHMSA continues to invest in that space, in the research and development, We've gotten some of the biggest projects, investments that we made in hydrogen, which I know the trust was focused on, hydrogen leak detection, hydrogen storage, sort of some of the technical issues underlying the potential for hydrogen safety, emergency planning and response. We've also, part of our valve rule included hydrogen pipelines. Part of our methane leak detection repair rule includes hydrogen leak detection and repair. So we've actually been making big strides on research side, on the regulatory side, and similarly for carbon dioxide. I mentioned that at the top, but we've also established stronger valve requirements for carbon dioxide pipelines as well. I think on that, we're probably going to get some questions on that, so I may just leave it open to the questions. But we've also tried to make sure, and there's been a lot of concern that new pipelines could be built that don't meet our standards. Our Associate Administrator for Pipeline Safety laid out in a letter to the carbon dioxide pipeline developers in no uncertain terms, if there is a build out of a new pipeline that does not, that we believe poses a safety risk, we have authority to direct mitigation of safety risk if it poses imminent harm, and we will not hesitate to use that authority. But our goal is to get the strongest rule out that we can as soon as possible, and to ensure that the new pipelines being built meet those standards. We expect that to happen, and we will use the tools we have. And we've conveyed that in writing and orally, and have received assent and an understanding. So that may or may not assuage concerns. But if you're not aware of that, I just wanted to share that. I'm glad to expound further if you have questions on that. I may just open it up because I know we've got eager folks with their hands raised, and so I'll kick it over to you. You got your hand up.
I've got a mic.
Good morning, Mr. Brown. Thank you for being here. My name is Maury Johnson. I'm from Southern West Virginia. I'm a former history teacher, and history teaches us that if we don't pay attention to history, we're doomed to repeat it, and we're doing that. Yesterday, and this kind of applies to what you're talking about, we're talking about the new rule and how it's going to develop and the components of it. A little history lesson. I think it was the Magna Carta, where it talked about open government, and our government, our Constitution, is founded on open government. That means it's transparent, responsive, and inclusive of all the citizens. President Obama actually had a directive to all agencies to have an open government policy. Unfortunately, we have policies in government agencies that you're not following. When a citizen has to do a FOIA request for information that should be readily available and wait 2 and 3 years and still not get answers, that's not an open government policy. So the particular pipeline I'm involved in, we need information now about what's going on, not next week, not next year, not 3 years from now.
Yeah.
And we've talked about this. So
Yeah, although I think it's a really important, good question for everybody, and I know you're not the only one with that. We constantly we actually been inundated with FOIA requests. My direction to our team is if there's actually broad interest in a particular pipeline or issue, that we shouldn't wait for FOIA requests. We should proactively provide information to the extent we can. Now, the law, and there's Supreme Court precedent, things that we are bound by, requires a consultation process with operators and redactions, and but there is a process that we have to go through, and we do have a very small team that goes through that And so it is a tough, I'll tell you, it's tough on our end when we actually want to get all the information out that we possibly can, but we have to go through a process, and we have a backlog of FOIA requests, in the dozens, which all have a litigation threat around them. So it's being pulled from every which way, and everybody, of course, wants information. Tomorrow. So we will continue to work on that, but I appreciate you flagging it.
I'll finish up real quickly so somebody else can talk. So, as recently as this week, I asked for some very important information and was told I'm not allowed to have that information. But after talking to Mr. Bayberry yesterday, I got an email saying, yeah, well, we'll work on that. We may get that done pretty quickly. So I do thank you for that, to have that reversal. So the final thing is, we're working on new pipeline safety rules, and you've got a guideline. We heard people talk about this as a new guideline. Guidelines are not worth the paper they're written on when the people that's supposed to be following them figure it's cheaper just to pay a fine than to follow the guidelines, and that happens way too often across industries. So when you make these guidelines, they need to be enforceable, and the penalties need to be severe enough that companies and industry don't even think about not following them. Yeah. And I've seen that way too much. Thank you.
I think it's a really great topic for discussion, Maury, in this setting, because I think you got a lot of diverse perspectives, and people can tell you, their individual experience, paying fines, or if you've cited instances where people have paid fines in lieu of following directives. So PHMSA, of course, is bound by the laws that we and constraints that Congress gives us, and so we utilize that, and actually all of our work in that space, as far as providing guidance on enforcement and penalties, that goes through a sort of public input process, and so if there's something we are not if we are not achieving within the constraints that we have what anybody in the room thinks we should be, we are not just on this subject, but on any subject, we welcome your input on how we can specifically change within the confines of our rules, how we can change how we're doing it. All right. Thanks, Maureen. Maureen was so eager. Right over here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Does it come through? Okay. I'm Cindy Hansen. I'm one of the landowners from Iowa dealing with the carbon pipeline, proposed pipelines. I want to say that, no offense to anybody, I'm tired of hearing about HCAs. Iowa is mostly an LCA, and we keep hearing, well, we put this route through the safest possible area, we've avoided any HCAs. Well, the pipeline that I'm dealing with has like 1.3 miles of HCA. The rest of it's LCA. But it makes us feel like our livelihoods don't matter. And I don't know, I guess I would like to see that addressed differently.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback. I can't comment on that rule yet, but as soon as we get that rule out, that'll sort of create an opportunity to specifically talk about any potential changes there. But understand, if I lived in, and I'm from a rural community. My dad grew up in a town of 900. I think the town I was born in was similar sized. But I grew up in different parts of the country, and so, I hear you and understand you. PHMSA is actually not involved in the siting process there, but we do delineate high consequence areas. So, and we do that within the letter of the law that Congress gives us as well. But we have more tools than just that. And so we are looking to utilize all of our tools with that rule. Got a question back here, I think.
Thank you for being here and for letting us ask questions.
Thank you for being here.
I'm Cindy Robertson. I live in Sulphur, Louisiana, and we are trying to encourage folks to do the public participation part of commenting and things like that, but we aren't scientists and we aren't lawyers. So how can you help us understand the meaning of these rules and regulations and get that information to us so we can actually intelligently comment
Right.
on such processes?
Right. That's a great question, and so we've been. It's one I've been thinking about a lot because part of it is often hard to explain a highly technical rulemaking to the public to understand the value, but also understand. I mean, basically the basis of most of the questions here have been sort of why are you doing things or not doing things, and the answer is almost always Congress has told us, has given us, narrow path to effectuate rules, and so we always try to work within the rules that we're given. But to answer how can we better communicate our rules and other things that we do? I mean, one thing we are looking at is artificial intelligence, and I was boasting yesterday to folks that we were one of the first federal agencies to approach the new artificial intelligence companies on how we can utilize that in the work that we do. So, in other words, you can use a chat GPT to communicate what a rule actually means, to folks who aren't chemists or engineers or scientists. And can we do better as a federal government? And of course, the answer is yes. We do in working with a lot of folks in this room, engage in public forums to try to get that information, to ensure there's representatives from the public who can sort of provide a sophisticated analysis from the public's perspective of work that we're doing, and the Pipeline Safety Trust is invaluable for that. But the Pipeline Safety Trust, as you know, is not a huge organization, and for a sector as big as this is, there's still a big need for sort of the folks in the middle that can sort of do this work every day from the public standpoint, public interest standpoint. When our folks, just to be candid, when they're working on something all day, every day, you can lose sight of how to communicate it or what it means to everyday people. And we're trying to do better at communicating our work, but also receiving communications as well. So it's a really important question without a concrete answer other than the few that I gave you of what we're doing, public forums, public input, but also through new tools from a technological standpoint. But I think the answer too is organizations like the Pipeline Safety Trust that can help be the translator from the public's perspective to a federal agency and vice versa.
Good morning. I'm Irene Leach from Virginia, and two things. One, I wonder if some of the research could help with this issue that you're talking about, and in how to craft messages so that people understand highly technical things, but also things that have lots of risk and potential for fright, and I think that's part of the reason that information isn't shared. I think if that were a part of the research agenda, that could help. The second thing is increasingly I see citizen science happening and people taking responsibility for trying to investigate and keep an eye on things that are going on. Who better to help inform what's happening along the route than those who are affected and who are there every day and could respond to what differences we see. So maybe an initiative to help get people to know what to look for, to feel comfortable with it, and to have access to tools to do that, might build some trust and some ability to feel like people who are affected can in some way have something to do to somehow control risk that when they just put it through your land and tell you, we'll keep you safe, don't worry about it, no risk, there's nothing for you to do, and we test check it all the time, and then you find out it's 7 years until they put pigs through or whatever. You realize that they think there's lots of oversight, but as a landowner, you may not.
Right.
So anyway, that's a lot of stuff, but
It's good stuff. And it's one we're thinking about. I'm just thinking of one of the last questions from our friends from Iowa. And, one thing we talked about recently, the largest every year, incident source is excavation damage. And that can come from third parties, that can come from landowners, that can, come from third parties on landowners' property. And that's a lot of what our community liaisons deal with, in helping the public sort of navigate, well, what happens when, either you have excavation damage incident or when there's an incident, a failure of a line and a release, and how do you get recourse for an incident or to deal with if you find, a leak on your property. That is happening, but I think there's a lot more that can be done, particularly in the way of our sort of utilizing the eyes and ears of people on the ground to address these risks that we know are big from excavation damage or other sources. So we are working on that, and I think a lot of our focus there is in rural areas where a lot of the infrastructure is. The other thing, methane leak detection, in the last few years, everyday handheld products can capture releases, satellites can capture releases. There's so many new ways of identifying methane releases, and of course the jurisdictions of entities like PHMSA and other agencies, their jurisdictions differ. So we can't address a methane leak on infrastructure that's outside of our jurisdiction, but the public, is giving information to us, and a reasonable expectation, if you're the public doing work on behalf of your government, is that the government will get it to the right place. We could have, I think, better intake mechanisms for sort of that citizen science approach. I have raised that sort of in an interagency context of, what we also don't want to do is have 5 agencies all investigating the same thing in a redundant way when, one has already figured out the source and solved it and addressed it, and 4 other agencies have to, multiple people are spending time trying to figure out what's going on. So I think and similarly, you can have multiple citizens, either organizations or individuals, all focused on the same thing. Hey, did you see this methane release here? And that's obviously, we want to, make efficient use of dedicated people like you discussed. So we are talking about maybe a structure for that. I actually mentioned this to Senator Coons of Delaware, who's written legislation on citizen science, and he was extremely enthusiastic. This was with a discussion with Secretary Buttigieg on that I was aware of. This is about a decade ago that he wrote the citizen science legislation. Congress has actually enacted sort of foundational laws in this space, but I think there's a lot more that can be done. As we look at reauthorization, that may be a good opportunity for folks in this room to consider. That the gamut from excavation damages and communications about risk to methane efficient identification of methane releases and mitigating that. So I think it's a great topic. Thanks for raising it. A question over here.
Hi, thank you for being here this morning and answering our questions. My name is Maggie Coulter, and I'm a lawyer, so I'm going to ask about regulations. So we've seen there's $8 billion going towards hydrogen hub funding right now, and I'm curious if you can speak about, yesterday Mr. Mayberry said that hydrogen regulations would be coming at some point, can't say when. We're seeing that the carbon dioxide safety regulations are kind of coming after we've seen this massive potential explosion and, no pun intended, big development in carbon dioxide pipelines with the 45Q tax credit increasing. So we're seeing that now coming down the cusp with hydrogen. Can you speak to how or whether there's been coordination with Department of Energy on the timing for regulations on hydrogen safety? And additionally, if this is something that your agency is trying to seek additional funding for through the reauthorization, because I anticipate this is going to make your job a lot harder.
Yeah, great questions. So we have actually strengthened our standards for hydrogen, proposed new standards on hydrogen leak detection and repair. We have worked with the Department of Energy on the research front on some of the items I mentioned: hydrogen storage, hydrogen leak detection. So we've actually done things that I think most people aren't aware of. The Department of Energy is leading an interagency hydrogen interagency task force, which PHMSA is a prominent member of, and a big part of my focus is wanting to make sure on the emergency preparedness side of things that the folks responding to an incident have the type of training and ability to identify a fire where it may not be visible without additional technology or key indicators. What I think Alan Mayberry was mentioning is that we want to address some of these items. Some of them may be appropriate for a separate hydrogen rulemaking. We've already addressed some of them in other rulemakings, sort of just tagging them on to existing rulemakings that we're working on. A separate rulemaking is just a heavy lift. If you look at how long it takes, not just PHMSA, but any agency in the federal government to develop a rule and navigate it through the process. So we've tried to take a piecemeal approach to strengthening rules on that front.
Hi, my name's Kirk Jalbert. I'm a professor at University of Buffalo. So as you know, one of the mandates that's come down from the Biden administration is Justice 40, which requires agencies both internally address the ways in which they integrate environmental justice-related concerns to their programs, but also that 40% of the benefits of federal dollars that go out of those agencies writ large find benefit within disadvantaged communities. I know that PHMSA issues a decent amount of grants for research and safety testing and through the technical assistance grants. And so I'm just curious to know what your perspective is on, one, how PHMSA is interpreting and addressing Justice 40 mandates that are coming down from the Department of Transportation, both internally and externally.
Yeah, great question, and I'm going to even expand the sort of nature of it to just what all we've been focused on in the environmental justice space, and I hope we don't run out of time because I have a lot to say on this subject. So in rulemakings, we have an executive order from the president, so that's included in our rulemakings as directed under that executive order. We just had a great discussion this morning with Professor Gossman about what else can we do in this space, and how can we sort of effectuate on the rulemaking side of things. But on, you mentioned grants. We had our first ever infrastructure grant. In developing that grant, we had it written into the law that grant would be for underserved communities. So it's not, Justice 40 is 40%. This is 100%. In our first round of funding, we had 100% of that grant funding going to underserved communities. So, exceeded the standard there by 60%. But in our community liaisons, who are, a number of them are here, their outreach work, they've worked into their outreach, equity, environmental justice principles into reaching communities that, either haven't been reached before, vulnerable, and in need of outreach and avenue for getting issues addressed related to pipelines, but also related to hazardous material safety. So we've tried to focus, and our goal was also to exceed the Justice 40 target on the deployment of our emergency preparedness and response grants, which is housed in the Office of Hazardous Material Safety within the agency. But our focus was to exceed that, the Justice 40 targets. It's not an official Justice 40 program, but that's not stopped us on that front. On kind of transparency side of things, we produce all of our enforcement data online, but really in Excel format, which, for some folks, that's good. But for others, we produced our first pilot map of pipeline incidents, which is an interactive map, gives you all kinds of information about incidents and overlay of underserved communities, so you can see where incidents occur, the type of incident, the history of both the incident and the operator, and that's the first of many of those, because I think we started with transmission, and we still have distribution and other maps that we're working on in that sort of space. We got feedback from across the spectrum on that, so thank you for that. And I think we want, really the goal here is that we don't have all of the answers as far as equity and environmental justice, and we don't even have all the questions, but we are trying to get more information out to you all and to others that can comment on and examine what does the data say and what are we missing. So from a rulemaking, I didn't really address research and development, but a lot of research and development really gets to high-risk communities. Rulemakings, our public outreach, and our grants, really every part of our agency, that's been a focus, and we've actually had a lot of success. You got a question right next to you. Sorry, that's you. I'll repeat your question too. I can hear you.
But we have people online, so it'd be good to have a microphone.
All right. I'm also happy to repeat it though.
Probably last question.
I just had a question about how do you, I guess, ensure the people in this room that are landowners that if something does happen, that you will be there to support them? I'm asking because I'm from East Palestine, and we had a huge disaster there, and we saw PHMSA Department of Transportation very early, and then they've dipped out, and they've done absolutely nothing for us. And while I understand that's not what you do the pipeline safety, but from a community standpoint, how do they make sure that they are gonna be safe when if something does happen?
Yeah, no, really appreciate the question. And to your point, actually, hazardous material safety, East Palestine, that is part of the work that we do. But the work that we do is setting standards for the transportation of hazardous materials. The Federal Railroad Administration in this instance, they would deal with enforcement if there's a violation of our hazardous materials standards. They would issue, enforcement actions to under the letter of the law. A big challenge with that is actually to the point of, I think Maury mentioned earlier, but about the limits on those enforcement numbers, and that's something that Congress has proposed. The Secretary Buttigieg called for changes to that. Congress has a bipartisan bill to change the enforcement limits on the railroad side of things. Beyond that, we don't have a role. It is entirely the operator or company's responsibility to mitigate impacts. In this case, if it's environmental impacts or public health impacts, the Environmental Protection Agency has that role. So, we were on the ground within hours to try to investigate the incident, and ultimately, in many cases, it takes us, year or years to build a case to bring an enforcement action. So we do that work, and actually, sometimes that does require being back in a community to gather evidence, for an enforcement case. But that's our role versus other federal agencies' role. And I think it's, appreciate the question, because one that is not easily understood, given Congress's direction of what we can do at the agency. You want to ask a follow-up question real quick? We do not, Congress did not direct us to address human health sort of emergency response plans in that specific instance. We provide grants for firefighters to respond and to be aware of, and training. We created, mentioned the rules that we're working on to get the first responders information to help mitigate the risk when an incident occurs. So we have tangential jurisdiction, but it's creating standards for the movement of hazardous materials. Is to be no repercussions when the industry does not take responsibility. Like, we keep getting told there's an accountable party, they'll take care of you, but what happens when no one takes care of you? I think that's the part of this. I mean, it all sounds great until something happens and you're left there with nothing. Yeah. Yep, 100% agree. On the pipeline side of things, we do use what limited grant money we have to support communities, states. Usually it's states, but also communities for emergency planning purposes. But EPA is probably the first and foremost. I won't talk about the EPA. Yeah. All right. No. Well, thanks. Our team's going to be sticking around, and just appreciate the dialogue, and hope it was a little uncomfortable for you, or at least the rest of the conference is. But look forward to continuing the dialogue on all these really important issues.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tristan. Really appreciate you sharing your perspective and taking all those questions. We'll have a break now. I believe there are some snacks, and be back here at 9:45 for sighting versus safety. Thank you.
Is the clicker like out of
He
batteries?
said it's
or-
working. Yeah. I know, I've been seeing you across the room. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the invitation. Yeah. Yeah. I learned a lot. Another one, maybe we'll call you again. Sounds good. All right, good to see you.
I'm looking for my panelists. Steve Kinkle, Jillian. Hey.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good. How are you?
Good.
Night all right?
Sorry about the really bright lights.
People are glare.
I know. I'm sorry. Yesterday during one of my panels, I couldn't. Yeah, I know. You can't tell.
How long you staying?
I will bring that to our executive director. Have you met Bill?
Yeah. Couple times.
Paging Jillian Giannetti. Paging Jillian Giannetti. Sorry, we're missing one of my panelists.
I'm sorry.
We're missing one of my panelists.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just really sit down. I just want to make sure that it's good.
Okay. Everyone. Hi, everyone. We're going to get started soon. If we could get seated. All right, everybody, I think we should probably get going. I'm going to start our panel on sighting and safety. If everyone could take your seats, and we'll get started here. Yeah? Do we want to talk about sighting? Yeah. Yeah, we're late.
So I'm definitely going to defer to you on FERC and sighting and consideration of safety and routing.
Sounds good. Yeah, well, she very helpfully put even a suggested person to answer each question. So.
Yeah. Are you going to touch on Washington Gaslight?
I wasn't planning on it, but I can.
That's okay. I'm going to briefly mention that there's 3 cases that have dealt with this specific.
Yeah.
Because what we found is that the industry, and the FERC side is not as a problem, but on the liquid side, the industry keeps saying, that no government agency can consider safety and routing.
Right.
That's different for FERC. So,
right.
Those 3, the Bad River, South Portland, and Washington Gaslight are really critical for us too, because they've been lying about this.
Because it's hard to see back there.
Indeed.
Oh, I have to choose between. Thank you for volunteering that.
Maybe one of the few panels without any industry people on it at all.
Mm-hmm. It'd be very interesting to see the comparison between our panel and the one we afterwards, which is a lot.
Mm-hmm. So you work in D.C.?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I live in Northern Virginia.
Yeah, I lived in D.C. for about 10 years in total, but 3 times through.
This is my second stint, so in total I've lived there about 12 years.
Yeah.
We have a lull. Should I? Yeah, I'm really sorry. It's a lot. I feel like it makes me more nervous having the lights than to just see people, because it's like, huh.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna start at 9:55. I think we've got like 50 seconds ish. From the full time, so an hour.
We're running a little behind here.
Yeah.
It's getting to be later in the conference. People are getting antsy.
All right. I think there's a lull in the conversation, so I'm just going to go ahead and get started. I appreciate you guys sticking around for this panel on sighting and safety. False Dichotomy. My name is Erin Sutherland, and I'm the Policy and Program Director / Counsel at the Trust, and I'll be the moderator today. I'm joined by Paul Blackburn. He is an attorney with the Bold Alliance. Jillian Giannetti from the Natural Resources Defense Council. She's a senior attorney there. And Steve Kinkle, the chairman of the Shelby County Board of Supervisors in Iowa. So I want to kick off this discussion by talking a little bit about this web of safety jurisdiction. I'm sure all of you guys know that there are numerous parties that are touched by the issue of pipeline safety, and each of them carry their own jurisdiction and responsibilities. You've got federal jurisdiction, state, local, emergency responders, and they're all interested in the final outcome of safety, but they each play their individual roles. And I think that that can be really confusing for folks, and that's what we're here to talk about. So this chart kind of divides up those general authorities between PHMSA, FERC, state, and local governments. As you guys know, PHMSA is responsible for these minimum safety standards for inter- and intrastate gas and hazardous liquid pipelines, and these apply to owners and operators of pipelines. They relate to construction, design, operation, and maintenance, but they do not have authority over siting and safety. And they do not have authority over routing and siting. And I think that's where some confusion often comes in. FERC does not have safety standards, but they do have siting authority over interstate natural gas pipelines. States do have authority relating to safety standards, and we know that states have their pipeline safety programs, and they enforce federal standards. They can, for intrastate pipelines, adopt higher safety standards. They also have authority over pipeline routing and siting. I'm sorry, I keep misspeaking there. And then with local governments, they don't have authority over these safety standards, but they might have authority over routing and siting, depending on state law. I know that this is pretty complex. It's a little confusing. I hope that this panel can help fix that confusion a little bit. And I think that this chart from Paul Blackburn is really great for kind of really teasing out what that state and local authority is. This is a chart that shows from the state and local perspective whether or not they are preempted on certain policy issues relating to pipelines. And strategically, I put everything that they can do in green, and you can see it's quite a bit. We've got, most importantly, route, location, and setbacks in green for oil pipelines and CO2 pipelines. Another one that's interesting to people is construction and operation mitigation. So I think this is a really important chart, and I thank you for letting me borrow it, Paul. And some detail about what are these policies that state and local governments could enact. PHMSA wrote a letter to CO2 pipeline operators in the Midwest that have proposed pipelines there, and these are listed in that letter. Controlling excavation activities, limiting land use around pipeline right-of-ways. Things like this are traditionally within state and local governments, and this is true with respect to pipeline issues as well. And I put this one at the bottom in big bold because I think people are very confused about the fact that safety as a factor in location decisions is within state and local jurisdiction, and we have precedent establishing that. So I know that this might be a little confusing. I've got these experts. I think that they can help provide some local experience with that from Steve, and then some legal experience with that from these two. So I'm going to start with a couple of questions. My first question is for you to please introduce yourself,
your work, and how you're involved in the issue of siting and safety. I'll begin with you, Jillian. Sorry.
Hello, everyone. Again, as Erin said, my name is Jillian Giannetti. I'm a senior attorney at the Natural Resources Defense Council, and specifically within our Sustainable FERC project. I am amongst some of the few people where I don't need to define what FERC is, for better or for worse. But just in case, it's the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which, as Erin just noted, is in charge of the siting and routing for interstate natural gas pipelines. So in terms of the work that I do every day, I litigate cases having to do with interstate gas pipelines, work with communities, landowners, many of you actually in the audience, and also evaluate whether or not the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission is doing its job to ensure that pipelines are properly evaluated. And I know we'll get into this a little bit more as the conversation evolves, but as my takeaway initially for you to consider, Erin's slide said that the FERC doesn't have safety standards. And that is true. That is 100% true. The PHMSA is the agency that is in charge for evaluating those safety standards and implementing them. And that's because PHMSA is the organization, agency that oversees pipelines once they're operational. However, because the FERC is in charge of evaluating pipelines that are being considered, they do consider safety, or at least they should, under a few indirect authorities. And the one that the two that I'll talk about right now, and then I'm certain we'll get into it more, are the Federal Natural Gas Act and the National Environmental Policy Act. So under the Natural Gas Act, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has the authority to review interstate gas pipelines. And the standard by which they evaluate those projects is whether or not the pipeline is required to serve the public convenience and necessity. So key words that I want you to hear there: required and public convenience and necessity. By required, it means that if the pipeline is not required to serve the public convenience and necessity expressly under the Gas Act, it's supposed to be denied. Additionally, public convenience and necessity has been interpreted by courts and lawyers, I know lawyers are super popular, to mean the public interest and a market component. Essentially, there's a market demand for the project. Well, what does the public interest mean? Well, there's a lot of case law that goes into that, and I won't belabor the point. But in short, it's all of the factors that relate to the public interest as applied to the execution of the Natural Gas Act. So basically, it's not the general welfare. It's not, this is something that would be good. It's, is this a public interest factor that relates to executing the duties of the Gas Act, which is to facilitate the orderly development of gas supplies. And I think it would be very difficult to argue that ensuring a safe route is not a public interest factor related to the execution of that duty. So even though expressly they don't have safety standards, things like looking at elevation of a route or landslide risk, or whether or not the seismic characteristics of a particular soil, these are absolutely components that should be part of a public interest analysis and should be conducted by FERC. We'll get into a little bit later of whether I think they're actually doing that. The second is the National Environmental Policy Act. This statute covers federal actions, so both PHMSA and FERC, and essentially the agency has to look at all potential environmental factors and potential environmental impacts that may happen from a federal decision, such as approving a pipeline. Now, the question becomes, what is the safety connection to that? Well, if there is an explosion, or if there is a landslide, or is there some other, release of toxic gas, those are inherently also environmental factors that could be related to the decision to approve a pipeline. So my takeaway here is that even though I 100% agree with the slide up on the screen, that there is a division of power between PHMSA and FERC, and it's important to understand it, I do think that it's important to do everything we can as stakeholders in this space to have an effective marriage between these two agencies, because there is no way for PHMSA to be able to do its job if FERC hasn't done its job in the first place. And I'll stop there, and I know others have initial and opening comments.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Paul Blackburn. I'm an attorney and a policy expert with the Bold Alliance. The Bold Alliance is a nonprofit 401c3 organization that supports communities and particularly landowners in pipeline matters. And one of our primary approaches to this is what's called easement action teams, which are essentially legal cooperatives set up for landowners along pipeline routes. I think a lot of you understand that we're working on the carbon dioxide pipeline issues in the Midwest. We have, I believe, not Bold, but the easement action teams have over 1,000 members, 1,000 clients who are represented by private attorneys. That provides them with substantial leverage in a variety of ways. And I think we all understand some of the outcomes of the recent CO2 permitting in North Dakota, South Dakota, and Illinois. And that's in large part from the easement action team structures. Now in Illinois, it's other groups that do a similar model, but the model can be applied all over the country. And I would encourage activists who are not familiar with this model to familiarize themselves with it, because frankly, it takes a lot of resources to engage in these kinds of matters effectively. So how long have I been doing this? Well, I first started working on the pipeline and routings and safety issues back in the Keystone XL fight in 2010. And, at that time, TransCanada was arguing that the states don't have any right to consider safety in routing. And in fact, the state of Nebraska agreed with them and passed legislation that prohibits the state government in its routing process from considering safety. And we think that was a mistake, but they decided to go ahead and do that. And since then, I've seen companies argue repeatedly that nobody has, no government jurisdiction for liquid pipelines has jurisdiction over considering safety and routing. And we think that's a mistake. But let me just call a question here. Does anybody think that safety should not be considered as a part of routing decisions? Anybody? Anybody think that geohazards should be ignored? Anybody think sinkholes should be ignored? Anybody think that the location of nursing homes and schools and hospitals, explosive factories, and other kinds of sensitive facilities should be ignored in routing? I don't think so. We all agree that safety should be considered routing. So the question then, there's two questions that come. The first is who considers the safety in routing? And the second is what kinds of factors, what kinds of safety analysis needs to be done in determining routing. And we get that the pipeline companies have their software which picks in theory a safe route. They put a lot of factors into the routing software and it spits out a route for them. But that is also, like all software, can be changed and manipulated to produce certain outcomes and to prioritize certain issues. But I think that what we're going to be talking about today is the two questions of who has jurisdiction to consider safety and routing. And obviously our position is that for liquid pipelines and intrastate natural gas pipelines, and as Aaron mentioned, that we have federal precedents on this, that they can consider safety when they're choosing a route for pipelines, and there's lots of arguments about that. But, you know, the Bold Alliance is a lot we do. We hear that people are very confused by this jurisdictional work, or by all the jurisdictional rules. And a lot of our role, and a lot of my role, has been helping communities to understand these jurisdictional lines and authorities. And even with East Palestine, you know, I was thinking about who has jurisdiction over that. And it's hard for communities to understand what these jurisdictional lines are. And so I'm really glad we're having this today, because it's super important for for everyday people to understand who's in charge. So thank you.
Good morning. I apologize to the people up front here. I'm probably putting a pretty good glare out, so I apologize for that. Wasn't expecting this. So first of all, I want to thank Pipeline Safety for inviting me here. And I come from Southwest Iowa. I'm Shelby County Supervisor. My name is Steve Kenkel. I'm completing my 11th year as supervisor. I'm chairman of the board. I've been dealing with the Parkman Pipeline going on 2 years now. We were the first county in the state of Iowa to pass a zoning ordinance to protect our residents, to protect our economic development, to protect our livelihoods. And as you can see from the slides, that's our role. I want to read you what my duty is according to Iowa State Code. Iowa Code Chapter 331 empowers supervisors with the authority of county home rule and enacting ordinances to protect and preserve the right, the privilege, the property of the county or its residents, and to preserve and improve the peace, safety, health, welfare, comfort, and convenience of its residents. It's a mouthful. My board, there's 2 other board members, we take that very seriously. And so when the pipeline operator, okay, it's Summit Carbon Solutions, who has never built a pipeline before. They're not like the industry I'm seeing here in the room. They're an investment company running after the federal tax credits, want to get in the CO2 business. So I want to say the examples I bring up today is not to throw the industry under the bus, is to make you aware of what's going on out there. I've also been involved with, I've been asked by supervisors from neighboring states, what can we do to protect ourselves? And early on when we passed our ordinance, I had a couple landowners come up to me and say, Steve, how come you're not stopping this? I said, that's not my job. My job is to protect you and the county. And if I spend all my time trying to stop the pipeline and it goes through, I am not prepared, and I have not prepared you for what's coming ahead. So it's never been our intent whatsoever to stop the pipeline. It is to live, we can all live in the same sandbox, but there needs to be rules. And as you see from the chart, and we feel we have that authority, we held, passed our ordinance, we held 4 public hearings to invite the public in, all the stakeholders, even the pipeline operator, to come to these meetings, and let's put an ordinance together we can all live with. They showed up for 3 of the 4 hearings. We had 170-some people speak in favor of the ordinance. Not one person objected to it, written or comments. Not even the pipeline company, but 3 of the 4. And a few days after we passed it, we felt good. We all can live by these rules. We gave you everybody input, and 4 days after we passed it, we were filed with a lawsuit, not just my county, but me personally and my 2 supervisors. So that was in November of last year. Then around the 1st of February, we were finding out that they continue to disobey our ordinance. And so we send them a letter saying, hey, you need to get your conditional use permits. You need to be following the setbacks. And when we did that, then they filed another lawsuit and an injunction on us from enforcing our ordinance. And we'll get into this a little later, and Paul's been following our litigation, and he can talk about the injunction and where we're going at from there. But I never thought in my 11 years of being a supervisor that if I ever did get sued, I would probably get sued for not doing my job. I never thought I would get sued for doing my job. And so it seems so distorted. And any time we bring up the word safety, oh, you can't talk about that. That's PHMSA. You can't go there, blah, blah, blah. But yet the state of Iowa, back in the 50s, gave counties and supervisors, as I read here, authority to protect their county, to protect their citizens. But we have somebody coming in here who's never been here before, and that was bizarre from the very start. You know how I learned about a CO2 pipeline coming through our county, through our state? I had a neighbor. I'm a 5-generation century farmer. I live on my century farm. And one of my neighbors, I'm going to be a mile from the proposed pipeline. I had a neighbor call me who's going to be in the direct path of it. He said, Steve, what the hell's going on with this pipeline? And I didn't know what he was talking about. And he more or less wanted to call me a liar. And I didn't know anything. And in all my time of being a supervisor, especially a company coming in that's not familiar with my county, what's always been the practice, and I'm sure it's practice for the industry, you get a hold of them months, if not a year in advance, sit down, here's what we're like to do, what's your concerns, where do we need to go, what's your ordinances, how do we work together? Nothing. Nothing. And anytime we ask a question or try to do something to protect our county, we get lawsuits. So I'll end with that, and we have other questions.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. So I'm sorry if I'm confusing the panel. I'm going to jump around a little bit in our questions that I provided to you. So earlier this year, PHMSA wrote a letter to 3 CO2 pipeline operators in an attempt to clarify jurisdictional questions that operators, the public, and local governments have about those pipelines. Can you provide some more detail about what exactly was in that letter? Is there anything that could have made things more clear to members of the public and or to local or state governments?
I think that's me. So I don't have the letter memorized, but let me do a little bit of background. This letter was somewhat similar to a letter sent out in 2014 related to similar issues related to TransCanada's Keystone XL pipeline. And the origin for the need for PHMSA writing this letter is because citizens get very confused, as we discussed, about what the jurisdictional boundaries are for PHMSA and what it can and can't do. And, so PHMSA has put out this guidance, and the guidance is useful in a variety of ways, but there are some limitations to it. For example, one of the things that PHMSA made clear is that local emergency response agencies are responsible for their own emergency response plans, because it's citizens and county officials and emergency responders believe and or have been told that they can't do emergency response planning for these pipeline ruptures. Now that's a serious problem. That's really serious. So we're glad that PHMSA did that. I'd say probably the biggest gap, and it relates to this issue today, is PHMSA's lack of jurisdiction over location and routing. I think that most people, lawyers understand it's 49 U.S.C. 60104E expressly says that PHMSA does not have jurisdiction over the location or route of a pipeline. And so because of that, it doesn't. But unfortunately, PHMSA didn't say, we have no jurisdiction over safety and routing, therefore other agencies do. And I think the reason for not being as clear on this is because for liquid pipelines, it's a little bit complicated because it's generally the states that have jurisdiction over routing. But in some states, they allow counties to also have co-jurisdiction or separate jurisdiction over routing. So for example, in South Dakota, the state doesn't control routing. It has a siting law, which is a little bit different. But then the state law allows counties to have ordinances to control pipelines. And the South Dakota PUC finally made clear that counties in South Dakota could control the route of pipelines through their normal zoning processes. So I think that PHMSA could have done a bit more in saying what it can't do. So that means that at least other folks would understand that, and local people and agencies and county supervisors would understand what they can do. There's no vacuum here. There's no gap between this jurisdiction. So, that's, I think, would be helpful in the letter, but maybe it'll be fixed in next round.
If I can just add one point that kind of permeates this whole conversation. So I talk to a lot of journalists who have questions about particular projects. And one misconception, it's a very reasonable misconception that I find is the perception that a pipeline is a pipeline is a pipeline. So, I will get phone calls all the time asking me about an oil pipeline or a liquids pipeline. And I'm certain Paul gets the same thing. And one thing that I hope all of you walk away from this conference understanding is that before you even start to track whose ball it is, the first question you have to know is what's going to be inside it. Because whose ball it is very determined by the commodity that's going to be inside it. You might be asking, why? It's a very reasonable question. I actually did a little research into this. The best that I've been able to figure out is that back in the 1930s, we really, really wanted to promote and expedite the building of natural gas. And so that was why those pipelines were largely federalized. But these other pipelines, including emerging technologies like carbon capture and sequestration and hydrogen, have not yet been addressed. So just as a thing I hope that all of you can walk away from is knowing that being able to answer the question of who's going to be in charge, what questions do I need to ask, and who do I need to ask them of, start from what is inside the pipe, because that is going to help guide that conversation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My next question is, I'm sorry. Did you have
Can I
another?
address that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I appreciated the letter from PHMSA is a huge encouragement, and there's a whole page in there about local involvement, and it's things we're doing. But the one thing that really I still don't quite understand, and PHMSA addressed this in here, they recommended that the pipeline operators share information, and they gave an example of the flume modeling. I call it dispersion modeling. I don't need the whole flume model of everything. I just need to know the blast zone and the danger zone. In our ordinance, we started our ordinance with 1,000 feet from a residence or animal confinements, because we have about as many animal confinements as we do residents out there. And we started at 1,000 not because we pulled it out of the sky, because our Board of Health, through their diligent research, said that's where we're going to start. And then we want from the pipeline company to give you, when you get it, because at the time they said they didn't have it, their dispersion modeling, and then we'll adjust that accordingly. If we go down to 500 or we go up to 1,500, wherever that ends up to be. To this day, they will not give us that information. PHMSA even recommends, please share that information. So what does that cause? A fear factor in the whole communities, in the whole state. You're hiding something. We're not safe. Well, sometimes I don't feel like I'm living in America anymore. We need transparency. We need to be using the modeling, dispersion modeling, for routing. It's a requirement the pipeline companies have to do. We're using it as reactive, not proactive. We're using it reactive for emergency management when that rupture happens after the fact. Hopefully we get enough people out of the way. Why aren't we using it at the beginning to make sure we get as many people away from it as possible in a proactive approach?
Thank you, Steve. My next question is, in your experience, how does FERC consider safety and routing? And if you could maybe start to discuss a little bit about where that line is between PHMSA and FERC's jurisdiction.
Sure. So going back to my previous comment, the FERC is not in charge of the routing and siting of oil pipelines or liquids pipelines. So what I'm about to say has to do with interstate natural gas pipelines. And it's even more confusing without getting into it, interstate and intrastate is not as clear as entirely within one state or crosses state boundaries. There are, of course, because of lawyers, so many wrinkles on the edges. But for the sake of this conversation, we're just going to talk about interstate, meaning crosses state lines. So everything I talk about when it comes to this question is specifically an answer to those kinds of pipelines. So where is the boundary and how does FERC consider it? Well, when a pipeline developer wants to build a new interstate natural gas pipeline, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which is an independent agency, not part of the Department of Energy, unlike PHMSA, which is part of the Department of Transportation, is the sole agency that is in charge of evaluating that project, facilitating the duties under the National Environmental Policy Act, and coordinating work with state and local authorities to determine whether to approve the project. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, they are guided by a public interest standard, which in my view cannot be divorced from safety, even if the word safety is not used when you're evaluating things such as the route and the risks of that particular route, both to human health and to the environment. Fast forwarding, let's say the project has been approved and has been constructed and is in operation. It is unequivocally clear that once a pipeline is in operation, that the primary responsibility for overseeing the safety of that pipeline is PHMSA, because they are in charge of ensuring the safe transportation of hazardous materials, of which natural gas is considered to be a component, through pipelines. Where it gets fuzzy is when a pipeline has been approved by the FERC, but is still under construction. Of course, competent construction leads to safer pipelines. So it is this is arguably the most important juncture for ensuring that safety is being considered and executed. And yet the lines between where PHMSA has authority and FERC has authority are not clear. I hate to burst the bubble. I know that Aaron said in the initial conversation that we were going to hopefully be able to provide some clarity where you would walk away and go, oh, now I get it. I hope I've done that when it comes to the type of commodity and the standards. But I unfortunately cannot do that when it comes to who is in charge of safety for a pipeline that is under construction. It is very unclear because FERC is, of course, in charge of overseeing the safe construction of an approved pipeline. But how can you ensure a safe operation of a pipeline without also having safety officials constantly doing inspections? So both have jurisdiction in this area. This is actually one place where I think it would be incumbent on both the FERC and PHMSA to put out a joint memorandum to the public outlining their understanding of responsibilities in this area. Because one thing that I hear a lot, and I have heard from people over the last couple of days, is that there can be a bit of administrative hot potato where somebody calls and goes, hey, I'm seeing a dredging issue on my property, or my well water is being impacted, or I'm seeing mudslides, and the answer they get is, okay, but that's not us, that's other agency. And then they call other agency and they say, okay, but that part isn't really us, that's them. And then you're sitting there going, well, where do I go from here? And that is exceptionally frustrating. And frankly, I also think that the people who are answering that call need to be more open to answering questions that are even technically outside of their jurisdiction, because people need answers to questions. So when it comes to construction, clearly FERC, and it is through the eyes of the public interest standard and the execution of the Environmental Policy Act, through operation, clearly PHMSA through its authorities. Construction, very fuzzy, needs clarity, and I welcome it from the agencies.
I want to make sure we get to one of these questions, so I'm just going to take over. How can local consideration of siting and safety benefit environmental justice communities? And I also want to hear if you have any knowledge on how failure to link safety and siting in the past has harmed environmental justice communities.
I can start, but I definitely think this is something that I would love to hear my colleagues comment on. Yeah. So, as I just said, when it comes to a natural gas pipeline, the FERC has universal authority in approving the siting and routing of a project. However, most of the folks who work with the FERC live where I do, in the Beltway. I don't think I need to tell many of you that the Beltway is not exactly the most insightful cornucopia of people for determining the impacts of a project in Western Louisiana, Appalachia, Middle America, and having that on the ground insight is critical. It's absolutely critical. So when it comes to environmental justice, considering environmental justice is unquestionably an evaluation under the National Environmental Policy Act. Technically, FERC is actually exempt from the executive orders that require agencies to consider environmental justice, but they do it all the time. So it's kind of a legal point that doesn't really matter. Additionally, I think part of the reason why they do it all the time is because they would be getting into extremely hot water of arguing that they don't have to consider environmental justice because it's more than just the Environmental Policy Act, it's also the public interest standard. And just like Paul asked, like, who amongst you don't want safety to be considered in routing and siting? Who amongst you don't think that environmental justice concerns isn't a public interest factor. I think that would be a pretty bad argument for FERC to have to argue in court. And one thing that has been a challenge is if the federal agencies do not work with local communities to identify potential environmental concerns, they're going to miss them because you can't communicate all environmental justice impacts through spreadsheets that are being evaluated in office buildings in DC. And I'll give one concrete example. So there was a pipeline, you've heard about it a lot, that was proposed, it has been canceled, it was called the Atlantic Coast Pipeline. In this pipeline, there would have been a compressor station located very close to a community that was actually founded by sharecroppers during Reconstruction, and is still a predominantly African American and overwhelmingly elderly community. So of course there were naturally concerns about the environmental justice impacts of placing a compressor station and the safety impacts from air emissions of putting that right next to this already compromised community. The FERC, in evaluating the environmental justice factors, used census tracts as their study area, which on its face makes some sense. Until you think about, and I'm thinking about my colleague here from Shelby County, that in rural America, census tracts can be enormous because they try to balance the number of people and don't care about the area. So the study area that FERC ended up using in determining whether this compressor station would have an environmental justice impact was 500 square miles. That caused a bunch of white communities that frankly would not have been impacted by the compressor station to be included in the sample, diluted the fact that the black community located literally next to the compressor station was there, and the math came out saying, oh, there isn't an environmental justice impact. Had FERC staff contacted county supervisors and local community members as part of their analysis, I don't think that ever would have happened, because there would have been a recognition that these communities are rural, spread out, and that there are pockets of black and brown communities that need to be considered separate and apart from the diffuse white communities that surround them. So I think it's an object lesson in how even when the federal government is in charge, they really need to lay on the expertise of state and local officials.
Yep. So let's talk a little bit about liquid side and particularly carbon dioxide pipelines. I think that you all again are familiar with the Summit, Wolf, and Navigator pipelines in the Midwest. Well, I believe it was Navigator that one of the contracted ethanol plants was in Peoria, Illinois, and I mean inside Peoria, Illinois. It was an industrial zone across a freeway from downtown Peoria, and it went by an EJ community. Okay, so one of the things to realize with CO2 pipelines is that by definition they're going to start at industrial facilities. Therefore, almost certainly many of them are going to go by the communities that live by industrial facilities, which very typically are environmental justice communities. So as this industry, if it's going to develop, is going to need to deal with the reality of having it go through all these, a lot of different environmental justice communities. And that gets into the question of, well, who's at risk and how? And as Steve mentioned, that's into the issue of plume modeling. And the plume modeling here is, there's a bunch of different computer models. The best that we believe is the computational fluid dynamic modeling. But there are questions about, well, we can figure out the concentration of the CO2, but we don't, and we can figure out how far it go in different topographic and weather environments. But the issue is then, well, what's the human health impact? And there's some gaps in knowledge there. But if we're going to start siting these pipelines in these types of communities, until that knowledge is done, we need to be conservative in terms of figuring out what the potential impacts are to the people along those lines. And this is where, county involvement, either formally through ordinances, or informally through consultation, are really critical because, as Jillian said, the feds don't necessarily know what's going on the ground. They don't know where the people live. They don't know who the vulnerable folks are in their community. They don't know what plans there are for the future for building out new spaces. We know that, for example, Housing and Urban Development has standards for oil and gas pipelines for the setback distances that they're going to do for developing new housing projects. But counties don't know that, and those standards haven't been developed for CO2 pipelines. So it's just to say that when we're thinking about environmental justice communities, this is going to be a rising issue. There are very specific kinds of technical and scientific questions that need to be answered. And a failure to answer those questions is going to create a lot of concern. I think that some of you may have followed the South Dakota, North Dakota hearings, and the conservative commissioners there were very disappointed, to say the least, in the way the applicants handled those cases because they felt like they were not being open about the potential risks, about the process they used to pick the route, and about the plume modeling. And you know what? Americans don't want to be the designated victims. They want to know what the risks are. They want to be responsible for their own health and safety. And if you think that you can come in and tell people that they don't have a right to understand the risks that they face and that you will take care of them, that, frankly, patronizing approach is not going to fly, with all kinds of people everywhere in the country. And so, on the other hand, if you come up honestly and say what's going on and what the risks are, a lot of Americans will be reasonable about that. I think Americans are generally more reasonable than their leaders are, and they will respond and think about it responsibly, maturely, and thoughtfully. And you need to trust that local governments especially understand who's at risk in their community and what they need to know to keep everybody safe.
I'm going to give you an example of routing that we're facing. When the pipeline company, we first learned they were coming through town or coming through our county, and the line's mostly a north-south straight line. There might be just a little jag, and that's around Erling, a little town, about 600. Otherwise, it's pretty straight. Of course, they admitted to us they do not use modeling in their routing. They said that under oath at the IUB hearings. We have an ordinance in place for 25 years. That's been a priority of our county, and we have a 2-mile setback around every municipality in our county to address mostly housing, which is most housing development in most cities around the outside, protect that, and in a couple larger towns to protect industrial growth. Because we're in charge of the ag land, and this is an industrial pipeline. They needed to come to us for a conditional use permit. We have a variance. You can ask for that. It was totally ignored. It's been there for 25 years, yet we hear from the pipeline company when we revised our ordinance, and we revised it off the same ordinance we had, the 2-mile setback for economic development and housing. They said, well, you guys are changing the rules in the middle of the game. And I go, what? It's been here 25 years. You know how close that CO2 pipeline is to Erling? And our ordinance said 2 miles? 131 feet from the city limits of Erling. The mayor, the city council, the residents have begged them to change it for the last year and a half. We've written to the Iowa Utility Board. They've spoken at the hearings. And all we hear is, well, it's not a high consequential area, like one of the landowners here brought up today. like they don't count, but we had that ordinance in it to protect our county. And here comes just somebody out of nowhere and want to disrupt what we've built for decades, for maybe centuries. So it's very disheartening that the transparency, the trust, the bulliness is going on out there.
All right, I'm going to open it up to questions from the audience. If you have a question, raise your hand really high. We also like to prioritize questions from the public if possible. But I also know some industry folks are super interested in this question, so.
All right, can we get Carl on the phone? I don't think this thing would be up there if Carl was here. Once again, you've excluded tribal. And on that 1185, we added a page and a half about tribal entities, and that's not up here again. And so some of the things you list up there, I don't agree with. When it says exclusively federal safety standards, as a tribe, we've gone beyond that on interstate, but it had to be voluntary with that group. That was the dialogue we had. And so the way, which I don't agree with, I'm strictly against this. The problem with the Keystone, it has an exemption to run at 9% higher than SMICE. Everybody else is 73, they're 82. We made an agreement with them, they cannot go beyond 75. Any pressure increases is not going to be allowed. It has to be done with downstream booster stations. So you can have that dialogue, but it has to be voluntarily with that pipeline group. But you can exceed those standards in those situations. And the pathway forward for you people dealing with this is to have dialogue. You maybe can't stop them, but if I was in that area, and this is what I do upstream, I say in this area where you've got more people, have a greater wall thickness. So that's the strongest link in the chain. So when I go upstream of us and I talk these pipelines, they're getting greater wall thickness, they're doing bores, but you got to have that dialogue.
I apologize for not including that on this slide, and I appreciate you pointing that out to me directly. Thank you. Let's, got another question over here.
Yes, hello, my name is Lori Simmons. Excuse me, we're going to get through this, right? So I am from Texas. I am an oil and gas baby. My dad was a truck driver that hauled pipe in and out of Louisiana when we were kids. I have family in this industry. I was raised around this industry. I also suffered the consequences of that as well. So I have a question, because in Texas, nobody regulates the route of a project until after it's in the ground. Nobody cares what happens until after it's in the ground. So now we have a project that's coming through a community in West Texas that's a 48-inch high-volume methane pipe, 0.1 miles from a residential community, and nobody regulates it. The Railroad Commission won't regulate it, FERC won't regulate it, PHMSA won't regulate it, DOT won't regulate it. So what are we supposed to do? And we have this company that's coming into this community in 2002 has a record a mile long of failure to notify, failure to notify of construction, failure to notify of a leak, and they're getting $32,000 fines, $132,000 fine, but they have a history of failure to report to PHMSA, failure to notify you guys of what's actually going on, and now they're in our community, 0.1 miles from a residential community. Aside from the fact there is no language justice, there's no access. These communities are so rural in Texas and Louisiana, they're so far removed, it's hours to get to where these places are, or sometimes it's a plane. Not everybody can do that. We need to have access to different languages. We have different cultures in both states. We have people that have a wide variety of language needs. We should have access to that. We shouldn't have to bring our own. People should be able to communicate and learn about these things in the language that they're most comfortable in. And if they have questions and concerns, they need to be able to have access to that meeting to talk to y'all so that we can get to the point of where we're getting to solutions. Because what I'm hearing is we're doing more fines, we're doing more studies, we're collecting more data, we're doing all of this, but very little of it is actually transferring to what's happening on the ground. And people are getting harmed today, every day, and we're not getting to anything that's tangible. And this isn't frustrating. This is heartbreaking. We're out here advocating for people, trying to explain that you have like this project that's really close to houses, and it's passing the buck like y'all mentioned earlier. You need to go here, you need to go there, you got to go talk to these people, or it's this people. And then in Texas, we have the whole, is it interstate, is it intrastate, what makes it international, where are we going to get to some real hardcore, like, we need to talk. You have to consult communities. We have things that need to be protected. It feels like you're protecting the industry and not the people that are actually suffering with this. And it's getting hard. It's just, we need this consultation. So I'd like just to put that out there. I hear all of this, but that's not applying in Texas and Louisiana. And we need to do something about it really quickly because we're losing people every day over this. Thank you.
A couple things here. First off, I'm sure you've talked to Commission Shift in Texas. There's a need in Texas for amended laws, state laws and regulations. I will say that one of the approaches that you could consider doing is the easement action team model. And the reason for that is that because they still, I would suppose in Texas, still need to go through condemnation process for these properties. And that model has provided communities with a fair amount of leverage because of the increased struggle of doing this. And just let me say, and Steve I think probably knows this better than I do, that the costs for the easements for the carbon pipelines are between 5 and 10 times higher than the cost for oil and gas pipelines. I think I've heard a figure of $350,000 per mile for easements, somewhere around that. And that's because people have joined together. And so, money talks, and working together through a structure like that isn't going to fix all the problems that you're facing, but it may provide leverage to get improved routing and to negotiate. That's all I can say, but the truth is that in states that don't have strong state routing statutes, which are most of the states in the United States, frankly,
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, and I agree with all that. However, when we start doing the easement action teams, and we show up in groups to these events, and we're trying to get awareness, I'm a water protector that came out of Standing Rock. When we're doing things like this and it evolves into a situation like that, we get criminalized for it. We get treated harshly. I get yelled at on the street. I get threatened. I get all this stuff like I'm the terrorist. I'm just trying to protect my community and my state and the people I love. So you see where there's this divide where you're like, you need to be louder, you need to get out there. But then when we do, we're literally criminalized. It's a felony in my state to do this. That does not connect. I don't have a problem doing that, but when I come to you, are you going to see me as a human being? Or are you going to call the police to come and remove me? We're all humans. These are our communities. This is our land. Some of us are connected through generations and hundreds of years. There's a lot of passion in this. There's human lives at risk in this. I'm in social work. When it comes to human lives, I'm going to get passionate. I'm going to dig my heels in, just like a doctor would in an emergency room when they're trying to save a life. But when I'm doing that, I get labeled the radical. I become the problem. So, do you see where I'm going? Yeah. And y'all are supposed to be protecting us. You're there for us. These laws are to make things safer so that these facilities can be next to human beings in an ecosystem and not kill them. You have children growing up in Lake Charles, in New Orleans, in Houston, in West Texas, in Van Horn, El Paso, growing up in an environment that's actively killing them every day because our water's polluted, our air's polluted, our dirt's polluted. We can't play in the dirt like me and you did as kids. You've got kids now that the dirt puts them in an emergency room on an EpiPen because of all of this stuff we're doing. And it's not just this industry, it's all of it. So it's time that we need to stop. Enough's enough. It's enough. It's not about, I see the past, but we need to fix the future. Look up from looking at the past and actually put some solid stuff in play. Thank you.
All right. Unfortunately, we have to wrap things up, but I really, we appreciate your plight, and that's what we're working to advance here at all of our panelists here. So I want to thank you guys for attending this panel. We're going to transition to Ask the Operators with Bill. Let me go to that slide.
I'd like to add one thing. I have a checklist of about 12 items supervisors or commissioners can use to help prepare themselves for carbon pipelines if anybody's interested.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, thanks everybody. If the next panelist can come up. Yeah. Yeah, from up here. We've got 4, yeah.
We're just going to sit down and talk, right?
Yeah.
Up there.
The only reason I was gonna was because of the light and being able to see, but we can do it as a discussion. Yeah.
I'll get her on the side.
Testing, okay. All right, everybody, if we can get started. We have made it to the last session. This is Ask the Operators. This is a session we started last year. It was actually Andy Drake's idea to do a session like this last year. I thought it was a really great session last year, and I've been looking forward to this one. I think it's a good, bookend along with the community voices that opened up the panel, opened up the conference, excuse me. And so, last year we talked about integrity management. That'll, I'm sure, come up again today. But really, we wanted to talk about, an issue I brought up this morning on the overall trend of incidents. We have some industry leaders here. We have really each of the kind of major systems represented. We have gas transmission, hazardous liquid, gas gathering, and gas distribution. And we really want to talk about, are we making progress on pipeline safety? I'll say this morning on my remarks, I really wanted to, my plan was, to talk about our origin as an organization, to show that we still have a lot of work to do, and then inspire some hope for the future. But I have to say, I hadn't really shared that Bellingham story in such detail before, in front of such a large group before, and I was surprised by how much it got to me. And I couldn't pull out that kind of inspiring thing at the end, and so I apologize if that felt, low energy and ending on a down note, but hopefully we can, the group that we have here and all the different stakeholders, all of us agreeing to, get out of our comfort zones and our bubbles and have these difficult conversations, it does inspire me, and hopefully we get some inspiration there. So I want to give each of the panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves and talk about how they're connected to pipeline safety, their organization, and who they're representing. Yeah, we can go down the line.
All right. My name's Andy Drake. I have been with Enbridge about 42 years in the gas pipeline industry. I have been vice president of several different aspects, particularly in the technical services, engineering, operations, and integrity management sectors. I also have served as the ASME chair of the integrity management development document that was incorporated by PHMSA as Section O in the code. And I think that may fit into some of these comments about where we're going as well. So I'll pass that on to you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I hope you're all having a great day. As Bill mentioned, my name's Matt Isom, and I represent Plains All-American Pipeline, here to speak about the hazardous liquids portion. In my role, I'm the Vice President of North American Engineering. Within that function, I have asset integrity, project execution, and our project services groups. Plains operates approximately 18,000 miles of pipe. We have almost 4,000 employees across the United States and Canada. Something that's not in the bio is I did grow up in the field as well in a small West Texas town. So I'm very passionate about what we do, and I'm very passionate about keeping our assets safe. I think hopefully after today some of that will show, and we will be uncomfortable probably, but I think it's going to be a great day. So thanks, Bill.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Jeff Morton, and I'm with Enterprise Products. I'm the Senior Director of Transportation Compliance. And what that really means is my team is responsible for the compliance with both the gas and the liquid pipeline safety regulations. I participate in multiple industry organizations, including API. I was a team member of RP 1185 that we've talked about during these sessions, member of GPA Midstream's Pipeline Safety Committee, and the Common Ground Alliance. Enterprise Products, we operate a little over 50,000 miles of pipe, combination of liquids and gas.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brian Weisker, and I'm responsible for the gas distribution operations for Duke Energy. We operate in 5 states. We're in North Carolina, South Carolina, the Nashville area of Tennessee, and then in Ohio and Kentucky in the southwest portion of Ohio, northern portion of Kentucky, right around the Cincinnati area. Our gas distribution operations, we're really under 2 brands. In the Midwest, Ohio, Kentucky, you'll hear us referred to as Duke Energy. And in Tennessee, South Carolina, and North Carolina, you'll hear us referred to as Piedmont Natural Gas. I've been with the company for over 20 years now, or predecessor companies. We've been quite a few acquisitions throughout the years. I've spent time in our power plant as a plant manager. I've been in our gas operations side now for 6 years. I've done some work within coal ash as well, as the vice president of our coal ash operations and maintenance when we centralized all of that in the mid 2015, 2016 timeframe. And before all of that, I was a submarine officer in the Navy, so I served 8 years as an officer, nuclear-powered submarines, and actually for 2.5 years I lived here in New Orleans. It's good to be back. I taught ROTC at Tulane during my shore duty time frame just down the road from here, so it's good to be back. Thanks for having me.
All right, thanks everybody. So as I mentioned, thinking about the trend charts that I went through this morning, and I won't go through them all again in detail, but as you see here, granted this is a pretty kind of crude first look at the long-term trends on incidents without getting in slicing and dicing too much. But we at the Pipeline Safety Trust don't necessarily see a lot of improvement on trends. So I want to ask each of the panelists, you can go in any order that you'd like, are we making progress on pipeline safety in America? Are pipelines getting safer?
I'll start here first. I think, first of all, it's a great question. It's a timely question. We've been working on this a long time. I did want to start with first going back to the safety moment. I appreciate you framing this meeting in the context of the Bellingham incident. I'm sure that was hard, but I think it's really important. It's a powerful reminder why we're here. What are we trying to do? And I think that, I think there is a relentless effort here to constantly get better. And I think, so are we making progress is the right question. I think that in the face of incidents, INGA, the gas transmission group, really formed at the board level a commitment to get to zero, which I think is a common goal for everybody in this room. And it was a challenging conversation. It was an uncomfortable challenge, but I think it was really predicated on how do we go about doing that? So setting a framework around, owning our performance, relentless effort to continuously improve facts and data, deliberate effort to review them, and honestly look at what's driving the performance. And I think that a big piece of that has been these kind of forums. We all see the data differently. We all have a different way of looking at it. And I think it's important to have that exchange and engagement to understand what we think is important. Is that important to you? So we can set appropriate priorities. But to me, I think when we ask the question, is it working? I think it really starts with what is integrity management? What is the scope of integrity management? Incidents is a big basket. I mean, there's a lot of things that are in the incident basket. And I think when we really drive down to that, what is integrity management programs covering? And I think you'll find that there's a lot of incidents that are not covered by integrity programs. And I think we want to really be careful to differentiate those things. If we look at HCA differentiation, I think, can I do this?
Yep.
If we look at HCAs, and this I think is really important, this is just the beginning of a conversation. This is not the end. I'm not trying to say we're done or rationalize why we're not doing this. No, it's just facts and data. This is just things that we see in trends and patterns to inform that next decision, that next prioritization. I think when we look at HCAs, it's relevant because it's where operators are required to deploy integrity management. If we look at HCAs and we look at where integrity management is being deployed, for the last 13 years, 11 of those years, we've had 0 incidents on internal corrosion, external corrosion, and SCC. That's good. That doesn't mean we stop there by any means. It's not the end of that conversation. There's a lot more work to do, particularly as we look at threats that are less mature and we look at management of pipelines outside HCAs, which is not a federal requirement. A lot of operators, ourselves included, deploy integrity management systemically, but it's not required. So a lot of the things I hear in this room is, well, it's interesting that you're doing this, but what's relevant is the person next to me is not. They're not required to do it. And yet that variability in performance is causing a lot of angst because there's no certainty of what they're doing. And I think that really is important precept to the conversation about performance. I think when we look at some of the data, as we get into breaking down these facts and and incident drivers, we can see things like geohazards. Okay, well, geohazards don't typically happen in HCAs because people typically don't build subdivisions in land that's that unstable. So they're happening out in class 1s, in remote areas. That's not a reason to not do them. It's just that's not showing up in the incident data for HCAs. So as we expand our purview and we look at just incidents everywhere, geohazards, we see an uptick in geohazards. We see an uptick in hard spots. We see an uptick in some other kinds of cracking problems and third-party damage. You can see that on these sheets. So what we're looking at is, okay, those seem to be issues we need to be putting energy towards. So one of the things we look at is, if you look at the federal regulations, PHMSA's overarching requirement to operators is don't let anything bad happen anywhere, anytime. Okay, well, that's good, noble, not very helpful, but frankly, because you're going to get a lot of different interpretations of that, which causes variability. So you may interpret that one way, I may interpret it differently. You get all that inconsistency. That creates risk, quite frankly, and variable performance. So one of the things we do when we look into those causes is you dive in and you ask the why, why are we having geohazards? Well, one of the things you find out is there's no specific regulatory guidance on how to manage them. PHMSA says, just don't let geohazards happen. All right, well, that's good to know. But now, what does that mean? So industry puts time and energy, and you heard that yesterday, into developing a standard, doing research and things to help lower the hurdle rate for what is best practice. But that's not a regulation, so people aren't required to do it. So you're still getting a lot of variability in performance, but the standard of care is starting to clarify, and that is helpful. So that's some of what you heard yesterday. It's not the end, it's just a part of a process. And I think there's a lot of work to continue to do there. Where are these immature where are the threat management systems immature? Where can they be standardized, evolved and developed to help improve clarity and consistency? And it's just a prioritization schema, frankly, and it's driven by data. The thing I think when you really look at the data, what I really see is the whole right side of that pie chart is third-party damage and equipment failures. Okay, well, that's interesting. Equipment failures. Equipment failures are typically not inside the integrity management program. When we developed integrity management protocols in ASME, it was really around threats that compromised the pipeline to rupture. Okay, cracking, geohazards, hard spots, corrosion, those kind of things. And if you read Section O, which was created directly out of ASME, it walks down, these are the threats your integrity management program should be managing. It doesn't say really anything about equipment failures, because those are typically managed through reliability and sustainability programs. Okay, that doesn't mean they're not managed, they're just not managing integrity management. And why are they flaring? And I picked that word on purpose, actually. Why are they here? This represents the single biggest increase in incidents over the last 10 years, equipment failures. Okay, why? Well, I think Tristan kind of hit on that earlier. Why is because this is not a safety issue. Equipment failures aren't ruptures. They're discharges through a controlled device, a relief device typically. Okay, those aren't typical failures. What those are environmental issues. So now we've started tracking, in the interest of minimizing our environmental footprint, a whole new category of things. Rather than safety, we're now saying safety and the environment, which is great. Okay, this is just a change. We need to adapt. So when we adapt, we're starting to track new things we never tracked before. So we're starting to report incidents on releases through safety devices. Okay, it's not a rationalization why we don't want to do it. It's just a different animal. So integrity management isn't driving equipment issues. Those are different. They're mostly environmentally driven releases. And I think that this is just new data for us to digest. And so as we start to prioritize, now we're starting to consider in the prioritization schema of things to work on, environmental issues and safety issues. And you're just looking at what's the next best bang for the buck, so to speak. If society wants us to drop down, equipment failures so that we minimize our environmental footprint, okay, we will make that the next priority. But it won't, then we'll restack the prioritization scheme. And I think that's what's happening right now. And I think this environmental discussion is very timely and very important, but it's a significant change. And I think Tristan actually recognized that when you talk about this isn't how it used to be. No. When the gas pipeline systems were designed, they were designed to protect safety by relieving the gas through the environment, through these emergency shutdown devices that discharge the gas through a controlled device to the atmosphere. We don't want to do that anymore. Okay, well, that's just a change. So we have to go back and redesign these systems. We have to rethink how that's happening and what's driving some of these equipment failures that are causing those ESDs. But I think that's typically covered in other programs, and I think that's really important just to kind of keep that in mind as we look at is IAM working or not, is what's IAM covering.
Yeah, thanks, Andy, for that. That is clarifying, and we noticed that equipment failure and material failure all seem to take up any progress that was made in these other failures. Of course, I think that protecting the environment is safety, and that safety is protecting both people and the environment, and it's not a safety or environment, it is both. At what point did operators have to start reporting the 3 million cubic feet as incidents?
It's a great question. I think it was within the last 10 years that criteria changed. And that's some of what's driving this reporting uptick.
Yeah.
It's a new reporting criteria. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm not arguing it. I think it's just a new area we have to adapt and start figuring out how to manage. And I agree with you. But the integrity management program, as it was originally constructed, really wasn't around this. We can adapt it to do that, but if we're compare apples and apples, that wasn't in the bucket when we started.
Great.
Yeah, from my perspective on the hazardous liquid transmission lines, I also think we're improving. When I look at the data, and we all look at the data differently, excuse me, from 2010 to 2022, we've actually had a reduction in the number of incidents that we've had. And that's not just incidents in general, that's also IPEs, which we talked about a little bit before, incidents impacting people or the environment, which is a big area we focus on with the help of the Pipeline Safety Trust around 2017 when we created that metric. But when you look at that and you say, you're doing better, well, how do you measure that? So I try to normalize that against the actual mileage data in the systems and say, as we look through this, we've actually increased the pipeline mileage roughly 47,000 miles since the same time period. So we've increased the mileage, we have less incidents, so something's working, right? And it's not perfect by any means, but when you start normalizing it to mileage, it does show a very positive trend. And we have data, right? So the data that we get and that we look at, just like everything else, like Andy was talking about, it breaks it down to different categories. And you can see over a 10-year period of where the industry has actually had reductions, some meaningful in some areas, but there's still some areas that we may have had an uptick, around 2014-ish, but now we're bringing it back down around corrosion specifically in the liquid space. And, as we go through and we look at this data, we say, so what? So how do we get it better? How do we fix it? That's where we use some of our industry trade groups, API, LIPA, the Performance Excellence Team, things like that, to start really driving collaborative change on how we look at corrosion, the causes of corrosion, and what we do to mitigate it to keep everything inside the pipes. Internally to Plains, we have the same type of stuff that we look at, right? We have industry data sets, we have our data sets that we use, and we say, where are our problems, right? Because sometimes, like Andy was saying, there's variability. So we don't just want to compare ourselves to the industry to go to zero. We want to make sure we're going to zero. So we use that data to further drive internal programs to make sure we're focusing on stuff that we have challenges with as well.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. A couple things. When you say you're, making progress on incidents, is that Plains All-American or hazardous liquids in general?
So hazardous liquids in general, if you look at the data set that we have from the PHMSA database, it provides that we had 87 IPEs in 2010, and in 2022, we recorded 74 with the mileage change. So the data sets may be different, but it's the same data that we're using.
Yeah, no, this looks like similar data we're talking about, but the trend line, while it shows just a very slight downgrade, it's not statistically significant, and so we don't have a positive trend.
What I would say to that, from how I view the data, is that when you normalize it against the mileage out there that's been included, it does show a positive indication.
And I understand from an operator's perspective why you would want to normalize that for mileage and internally think about that, but from the public's perspective, it doesn't really matter if incidents are going down per mile. We just don't want incidents. We want zero incidents. And so I understand from an engineering perspective, internally, how that's an important metric to you, but communicating to you from the public, letting you know that's not a meaningful metric to us. It is total incidents that are happening in our communities that matter.
Yeah, and we focus on all incidents, right? I mean, I'm without a doubt, and when I was looking at the data sets for this conversation, I was using these different metrics that we have. But we look at every incident, and we don't want any of them, right? There's no incident out there that's a good incident. We want every one to go to zero. The point of the data is actually driving where our effort goes to try to drive that down.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Yes, sir.
Jeff?
Okay, I'm representing the gas gathering industry sector, and to be respectful of one of the comments from the public this morning, I want to take a minute to explain what gas gathering is, because if I just jump into type A, B, C, and R, I may lose you. But a gas gathering pipeline function is literally taking gas from the well and then handing it off to a gas transmission pipeline. And these pipelines are typically smaller in diameter, shorter sections in length, and operate at lower pressures. So there are 4 different categories of gathering. Again, type A and B, which operate in a class 2, 3, or 4 HCA. And to add more terminology, class is based on population around the pipeline, and that defines how we can operate that pipeline in specific pressures. Type C and R pipelines are newly regulated since May of 22. They are in rural areas, low risk, and operate at lower pressures. So how are we performing from gas gathering? Type A and B have been in the regulation since 2006, and there's no real trend on this data. If you look at it, it looks like an EKG, but it is a low incident rate, and to build to your point, any incident is not good. But from 2022, or from 2010 to date, there's been 28 reportable incidents on type A and B gathering. Type C and R, which again are in the class 1 low-risk rural areas, they became regulated in May of 22. And between May of 22 and December, there were 19 type C incidents and 9 type R. So for 2023, up to date or last week, there were 19 type C reportable incidents and 15 type R. So there's not enough data out there to trend to the question, are we doing better? But these regulations, or these pipelines were brought into regulation to start trending data, because historically they have been not subject to the regulation. So the challenge was a lot from Pipeline Safety Trust and the public, and how are these pipelines operating and are they safe? So over the years, we'll be able to evaluate the trends and then to identify, do we need additional changes in the regulation?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. And one thing I'll add, we are pleased that we will at least start having data on the type C and type R gathering lines. We've known that there have been fatalities from what are now type C pipelines, and so that we can now start tracking data. Information is good, and it'll be really interesting to see. But one thing that is clear from the data on gas gathering lines, not really trend-wise, but that really jumps out to a member of the public as they're looking at this, when you look at the cause of failures by the different systems, what immediately jumps out is that gas gathering has a much, much higher cause of failure from corrosion. It's 50% or higher of the failures on gas gathering are from corrosion, whereas it's much lower on the other systems, especially gas distribution. And so that, that makes sense. It's this kind of raw, unprocessed gas that has some corrosive elements, but that is really alarming for the public to see such a high level of corrosion.
And that is one thing that was changed in the new regulation is the type C, which are your larger diameter, 8-inch and greater gathering systems. There are corrosion mitigation requirements now in the regulation. So that is part of the new regulation that went into effect in May.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Brian.
I have a few slides. When we talk about is pipeline safety improving and coming at it from a gas distribution operator point of view. If you, can you go, yep, that's it right there, perfect, thank you. So what you see on the slide there is two things. One, the amount of increase in mileage. So, and I understand the normalization, and we can talk about that. But then you also see the graph that shows just the number of incidents from our gas distribution system, and you'll see a downward trend. And if you go to the next slide, you know, and it's quite a bit of increase in mileage. This is that normalized slide with a 54% reduction over the last 20 years. You know, I look at this as is it improving? Yes. Are we there yet? No. You know, it's a continual effort, continual work and improvement. You know, our commitment through the American Gas Association and all of the LDC companies, the distribution companies, is around pipeline safety management system. You know, that model is around plan, do, check, adjust. We're always trying to improve as we work to drive incidents out of our you know, really out of our system. If you go to the next slide, this one looks a little bit too at hazardous leak rate per mile of main, and you can see what that looks like. And an important point, if we go to the next slide, let's take out excavation damages. So if we look at, you know, going back to the first slide and the number of incidents, you know, the two highest number of incidents, causes of incidents on the gas distribution system are excavation damage and damage from vehicles. And so, you know, this slide here shows just a percentage and reduction over the last several years when we look at, you know, miles of main and as far as hazardous leaks when you take out excavation. So, you know, our focus very much internal to my company and as an industry on our pipeline safety management system, obviously our integrity programs, all the things that we are trying to do to drive these numbers down lower and lower and continue to improve year over year.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. You know, again, from the public perspective, and I understand why, as I mentioned before, why you would normalize for mileage to mark your own internal progress, why you would, you know, take out excavation to look at the causes that you have more direct control over. And I'm just going to reiterate from the public's perspective, we just want to see less incidents and not you know, normalizing per mile and taking out these other kinds of failures and things like that. And I also want to say even when you've done that, seeing the 29% reduction, you know, that's over 10 years or so, and on an annual basis, it's, you know, the public's expecting to see some dramatic change. And we'll talk about this a little later in the discussion, like how do we make a real meaningful difference on the amount of failures that we're seeing? I mean, we hear so much about ILI technology on some systems and all the R&D that's going in. What is going to be the system or the piece of technology that is finally going to make this meaningful difference? I mean, maybe we ask that now. What do you see as something that, without a doubt, is going to show, no matter how you look at the data, we are absolutely making progress?
When I look at it, I think broad statements are very dangerous. I think you're seeing good progress in some areas. I think you're seeing some learnings in other areas. I think I don't know that I have a silver bullet. I wish I did. I think it's a long journey. It's a complex journey. I think that as you start to look at where is certainty, and I think inside HCs is certainty. If you want to calibrate, are we making progress? You know, what is the scope of the integrity rule, and where is it absolutely required to be deployed? That's where certainty can be defined if we're making progress or not. I think there's a lot of progress as you talk about incidents on a broad scale. I think You're seeing incidents outside of HCAs, so I think extending the integrity rule beyond HCAs is logical. I think that makes sense. I think a lot of operators deploy their systems, deploy their IM programs systematically, but not everybody. And that's where you're getting variability in performance. I think we need to look at some of the threats that don't have as mature as systems as around corrosion and some of the other tools. There's really, I mean, when you look at the maturity of an ILI tool, maturity of ILI tools on corrosion is extremely high. Okay, that's good. That means the confidence in the conclusions that we draw is high. And that's why you're seeing good performance where we deploy those tools. Other tools are new. Okay, well, they're vertically improving. And so those are places to put energy, either research or standardization. I think things like cracks. Cracks is probably somewhere in that middle part of the maturity curve. I think things like hard spots are vertically improving. You know, okay, so not all the tools are as mature, you know, and so we need to know that. So some of the threats are in a different part of that maturity curve and confidence intervals that you would draw from conclusions about how good things are. But I think silver bullets, I wish I had some, but I don't. But I do think extending integrity management beyond HCAs is important. I think developing industry standards and finding ways to get those standards to be required across the board is a confidence builder. I think using this data to help us to inform, particularly in the transmission sector and maybe the gas distribution side as well, is looking at this new challenge, as Tristan talked about, minimizing the environmental footprint on emissions. Okay, game on. Add that to the portfolio, but that's not typically inside the integrity management program. So, okay, that doesn't mean we don't do it. It just means it doesn't, it's an apple and a pear. So how do we deal with the pear? And then drive those programs. But they're different. And when we talk about it, I did want to say, when we talk about equipment failures, we're not talking about ruptures. We're talking about a piece of equipment that may come offline very quickly, like a turbine. The minute that thing comes offline, we have to manage the pressure in the station. So instantly, the station blows down. Instantly. That's not a safety issue, it's an environmental issue. And it was designed to protect. I understand we're different, I don't mean to be dicing words here, but it's not a rupture. And it's not something that's typically managed in an IM program. So we don't put turbines inside the IM program. We need to figure out how to deal with the environmental footprint of an immediate shutdown differently, which is an adaptation. Fine. It's just a little different animal.
Yeah, thanks for that. And, you know, I appreciate the comment about the ILI on inspection being so mature, but, you know, we do a lot of analysis. Our data manager, James, who's in the room somewhere, puts a lot of this together when we go and speak before AMP each year and the corrosion professionals. And corrosion still is a leading cause. I think last year it was the second leading cause. And so not on gas transmission necessarily, but on all systems. And so here's a mature technology. Why are we still seeing so many failures on corrosion? And how does that give us hope that advancements in other technologies are going to lead to reductions in failures?
That's a great question to ask. That's a great note. And the question that follows is 5 whys. Why? Why was an ILI tool deployed on that pipe? Is that pipe even piggable? I mean, you get down to small diameter pipes, we can't get pigs in there. Okay, well, those are just good data points. It doesn't, but we have to be careful not to lump everything in a basket. That helps us make better choices, is all I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't disagree with what Andy said. When you look at the general approach, we can do better, and that's why we have to focus on what we're doing. You know, where do you put your effort? How do you look at the data? Keep asking the questions to really drill in. Why are you actually having the corrosion issues? And that's what we try to do through our safety management system. Planes calls that an OMS, operational management system, to do that plan, do, check, adjust, plan, do, check, adjust process that Brian mentioned before. But, you know, I don't think there's a silver bullet either right now. I think what it is, it's a journey, just like Andy mentioned, right? It's going to keep taking time, keep asking the questions, asking the hard questions, looking at it from different perspectives, and keep really running it down.
And from a gas gathering perspective, again, to Andy's point, a lot of those lines aren't piggable or in the integrity management program. But overall, to answer the question, since Enterprise, we've got it all, is we have to continue to invest in new technologies. Andy touched on it, and Matt, you know, corrosion releases keep going up. My question will be, is that on the pipeline or is that within the facilities that aren't subject to an integrity management program? And we currently don't have the technology to effectively inspect those pipes and all the various configurations within a facility. So to Andy's point, I think we do need to step back and see where are the releases. Integrity management programs are for long-haul pipelines in the right-of-way, and differentiate those from incidents within a facility. Where it's confined within an operator's property truly doesn't impact the public from a safety perspective.
You know, again, from the distribution operator standpoint, you know, I think what can we continue to do? Obviously, we've got, depending on the company, where you're located, different stages of, I'll call legacy pipe replacement of what's going on with cast iron and bare steel main replacement. Obviously, continuing with our distribution integrity management programs. But I will say, I mean, I wouldn't call it a silver bullet, but I would call it a very important bullet for us is support with, you know, increasing the state regulations, I'll say consequences around excavation damage. If we can cut half the incidents and you cut it in half with eliminating excavation damage, how do we help that and you know, so I'll say stronger state programs around excavation damage and the consequences that come from that, I think is an important item for us to continue to focus on.
Yeah, and you know, we agree we need strong state programs to get after those excavation damage incidents and failures and tragedies. But we just, yeah, of course, operators can also work on the causes that are more under their direct control. I wanted to ask, you know, it's come up a few times here over the last couple days. You know, there's lots of studies out there showing the disproportionate impact and burden of oil and gas infrastructure on underserved communities and communities of color. There's several more specific studies that actually show the concentration of leaks and incidents on disproportionate from pipelines on underserved communities and communities of color. How do we move forward from here to make sure that those burdens and the risks and the threats of pipelines are shared more equitably among our communities?
Let's keep working down this
Yeah,
way. That's fine.
We can start at the other end and work down and switch
go
it
backwards
up.
this time?
Yeah.
Sure. All right, mix it up a little bit.
Mix it up a little bit.
And if we look funny at you in the audience, it's the lights. If anyone's been up here, this is like, whoa.
Yeah. They're very good.
It's like I don't see any faces in the crowd, so
And I just always
apologize.
look funny.
So, you know, I think to me we got to dig into the. Oh, thank you. They dimmed them down a little bit. So, we need to dig into the data. So, you know, we've seen some of those reports, and I'll say we went just for my company. We went back and looked. There's other peer utilities of ours that we participate in committees with AGA and went and looked at the Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool, the CEJST tool, and looked at, because if it's a mapping and it shows areas, and then so we overlaid it. All right, let's overlay the mapping tool with where we've had any type of a pipeline safety event on our system to see if there's a correlation between the two, and we didn't see it, and I know some of our peers didn't see it as well. We also went and dug a little bit down and looked not just there. We went to look. All right, let's look at our emergency response time. So if there's we get a call, I smell gas. We look at, all right, how long does it take us to get out to respond, and just to ensure that we are, because it's staying consistent and being within our, I'll say, just consistent across our entirety of our system. What we saw there is generally it's the distance from where our operating centers are to an event or a call is what it was ultimately what drives that. But I think digging into the data and continue to understand continuing to go after legacy pipe programs. All of that are things that I see are as important in the question that we have here, and that's my thoughts.
Okay, and so Brian, when you say you haven't found those correlations, are you talking specifically at Duke or the industry as a whole?
I'm saying I do. I haven't.
Sure.
I can't answer for everybody across the industry as a whole, but I know for our system and a few of our other peer utilities who've done that, they haven't seen a correlation as far as looking at significant pipeline events and the correlation with the CEJST.
And have you sought, some objective, independent, outside help or consulting on looking at that data?
We have not.
I would suggest that as, none of us like to believe we are doing that kind of harm. It's not conscious or directly intentional a lot of the times, and sometimes an independent analysis can be helpful and see things that it's hard for us to see.
Appreciate your thoughts.
Yeah.
Okay, for one, we operate and maintain all of our pipeline systems in the same manner regardless of their location. So integrity management, emergency response, it's not dependent on any community where we operate. They're all managed the same. So one thing we've talked about the last several days is RP 1185, which I was a part of. And one thing we didn't talk about yesterday when Paige did it, you bring operators, public, and government to the table and expect that to be an easy process. It was not. I mean, we're 3 years into that, so it wasn't as easy as pouring milk out of a carton. So one of the topics was EJ, and we struggled to define that within 1185 because, environmental justice, it's hard to get your arms wrapped around. So one thing that we have developed in 1185 that I think will help industry is developing tools which were somewhat new to even identify the communities we operate that are classified as disadvantaged, because I think there's a lot of information out there, but there's not a one-stop shop to help operators identify exactly where those communities are. But 1185 is going to be a good tool in our toolbox to start reaching out to communities, community leaders, to get input from them, because a lot of these disadvantaged communities aren't the entire community. They could be pockets of where we operate. So we're going to need impact from the stakeholders that we identify in these engagement programs to help us do that.
From my perspective, I think it was Paul that was on the last panel that mentioned where these assets connect to, typically in industrialized areas and things like that. And around those areas, there may be larger pockets of communities that are impacted. Oh, sorry. So there may be larger pockets of where these, communities may be impacted. And what we look at, going through, as an industry now is broader stakeholder engagement, right? 1185 is going to be a lot of help. We're looking with a strategic goal with the Performance Excellence Team, API LIPA, to go and do more stakeholder engagements to understand the impacts of this and see how it does actually impact the communities there. I will say that, there's a pipeline 20 feet off my back fence of where I live. Me and my sons use that as the area we play catch with, either a football or baseball typically. But there's pipelines everywhere. And we know that they do impact some communities differently, so we're looking into that. And the first step, as Jeff mentioned, is really getting involved with stakeholder engagement better than we've done in the past to understand those impacts.
Thanks, Matt. I think that some of the others have said, what we do as a company is interesting, but perhaps not compelling to everybody here because you experience other operators. We deploy our integrity management program systematically. So same as Jeff, we deploy the same integrity programs everywhere, inside HCAs, outside, all the way to LCAs, everywhere. So when I look at EJ, we're taking EJ, the EPA EJ screening tool, and passing our system through that to see if it looks that differently. And what we're seeing in that first screening is really, and I think this is probably going to be a trend that is worth following up on, frankly, and that is, when you look at it from a physical safety standpoint, it's really not that different, not finding a lot of disparity, but I think it would be worthwhile to look at it through the lens of HCAs versus EJ. See that, because I think that will be where you can get a sense of, is the integrity rule as deployed in HCAs helping level that in EJ? And then when there's EJ areas beyond HCAs, okay, well, that could be a cause and could help us inform where's the next logical place to expand integrity management. But I think, you know, PHMSA's maturity on safety rules would probably help level that a little bit. But I think it would be very interesting to me to layer that information down over the environmental-driven incidents. Yeah, I think you will see that's new, and I think you may see we got some work to do here. And I think that really informs this and the choices. But I think that that'd be a curious mind would just want to know the answer to that. You know, I'd like to see, let's lay those things over and see how that informs our next decisions.
Yeah, thanks. That's a continuing conversation that will hopefully remain a high priority for everybody. I will say, you know, to some of the, you know, other operators that are in the room here as well, often we'll hear, well, we treat all communities the same, and so, but when we see these studies come out showing that disproportionate impact, you can't continue to attempt to treat all communities the same and expect that to correct, and there has to be some mitigative action. So the last question before we go to the audience is, it's kind of a big question, but let's try to keep it a little tight so we have time for audience questions. But what do you all see as the public's role in pipeline safety? Any order you'd like.
Yeah. I'll go this way again.
Go back the other way, or you want me to start?
Doing the wave.
No, I think that the public has a really important role. I think you see these things affect you directly. And I think that having these kind of forums is really helpful, you know, and I hope what people are hearing here is we're not saying we're good enough or that we're done. What we're saying is we're trying to digest a lot of information, including input from you, to try to prioritize and start working down where we offer the biggest bang for the buck. That's risk management. What's the next biggest thing we can do to move the needle? What is that? And what is concerning to you as the public is huge to inform those decisions in that process. And I think that's what this forum is really valuable for, is, okay, I see this data this way. How do you see this data? What is it, and how do you weigh it? I think the other thing that's really important is the public to understand how that process works. Like we talked about, PHMSA's got an overarching requirement that, okay, don't let anything bad happen. All right, well, that's interesting, but not terribly helpful because it doesn't give enough detail. So you get a lot of variability in performance. So how do you improve that clarity and certainty? Okay, so some pick that up and start doing things with it, but they can't require everybody to do it. And I think that's where the public can weigh in, is like, well, there's a standard on how to do this. It's just not deployed by everybody. So we want to hold people accountable to that standard, because that at least is best practice and has some certainty around what kind of performance it's going to yield. And I think that's a huge role for the public. I really do. And I'm not trying to advocate for, you know, that PHMSA is not doing it right or wrong. I don't know how all has to be regulated, but I do think that the public has a role to say, we're worried about this threat. Is there or is there not a standard and clarity on how to do this more clearly to help level the playing field and clarify the performance standards? And then how do we get that broadly applied? And I think the public has a role in that.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with Andy. I think the public has a very large role as well. When you look at where our assets operate and who we impact, you know, we all want safe pipelines. That's why we're here. That's why we're talking with y'all. But it is, once again, what's your perspective? What are you guys seeing that we need to look at that we may not be seeing, right? We do have our own lens that we look at the data through, as Bill and I were bantering about earlier, right? You know, we look at this, you look at that. But what's important to y'all? And this is a great forum to get that kind of information and understanding so we can go back and make sure we're doing better. And it's also another good place for y'all to hold us accountable, right? I mean, we're here because we want to be here and be a part of this, right? We're engaging right now with y'all And we could be sitting back in our offices and saying, oh man, the Pipeline Safety Trust is having another, but we're not, we're here. We want to be here. We want your information and your feedback, and we actively pursue it. You know, as we look at stakeholder engagement and doing that, I think there is 1185, as we've hit it on it a couple different times, is going to really drive the industry to start being better at this. You know, we don't just talk with the landowners, right? I mean, there's a lot of landowner talk today. You know, it's everyone that's impacted, right? It's the local communities. It's making sure the volunteer fire departments in rural towns have the right equipment to go off, and if they do have an incident, they can respond to it. I think it's a lot of that stuff as well that we have to do. So the public is very important, and we're very accountable to them.
And I agree with both what Andy and Matt said, so I won't be repetitive, but I'll add something. You know, Tristan touched on it this morning. This is key that the public can help is excavation damage is still one of our biggest threats on pipelines. So always call 811 if you're conducting any excavation. You know, fence work drives up our excavation damage stats. You know, don't minimize the work you're doing on the damage you could do to a buried utility. Operators, you also live where our pipelines are, so be aware of any suspicious activity that's going on around an above-ground pertinence, a valve station, a compressor station. If it doesn't look right, call the operator or call 911. It's better than driving by and then the next morning going, man, I thought that looked funny. Communication, you know, we send out mailers every year. Well, we do. It's required every 2 years to the affected public. Don't throw them away. There's a lot of good information in it that is to help you as the public identify something that may not be right. You know, a release of a product, recognize, you know, vapor cloud, call the operator, call 911, but don't just throw it away, read it, but communicate with the operators if something looks suspicious, and always call 811.
I really don't have much more to add outside of what was said. I mean, I agree with the stakeholder engagement comment that's critically important. If you smell gas, call. I mean, I think we've probably heard of incidents where someone thought they smelled gas and didn't call in, and then a day or two later something bad happens, right? So that's just added on to the call 811. And I'll throw another one out, and it's hard to do, but if you see someone digging and you don't see paint on the ground, markers on the ground, it's always hard for folks to challenge someone doing work, but you can just call 811 if you see something like that. But all of those things are an opportunity to prevent a damage from happening, prevent an event from happening. So just a little added there.
Okay, I think we're time for some audience questions.
Thanks, Bill. We actually have some questions from, if you all remember, we have an online form. So we've gotten a question through there that we wanted to start out with, if that's okay. So the question is for you, Mr. Drake. The question is, recently at a petroleum conference, Enbridge leaders discussed Enbridge's hard target of net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, and its commitment to lowering emissions while meeting a growing energy demand. Can you discuss some of the avenues that Enbridge is using to accomplish these goals and whether those actions can be replicated across the industry?
Sure. A great question. I think that one of the things that we do, again, back to data, what's driving emissions releases. And I think that one of the things that we find is that the blowdowns of the pipeline are probably the leading cause of emissions by volume. It's really not leaks on the transmission system. We operate above the leak rupture threshold. It would be very dangerous to be waiting for leaks to be managed. That's too late. So leak volumes on transmission is very low typically. It's typically blowdowns that drive them. So then the question is, why? You know, the 5 why questions. Why do you do that? Why? What's causing that? A lot of that has to do with maintenance. A lot of that has to do with the relief devices that are designed to exhaust the gas in the event of a safety event. So one is we're trying to find alternative technologies to blowing down the pipe. So one is pull down the pipe, which takes time, but that's one of the things we're doing, and we're making great progress. I think we're 30% reduced already on emissions over the last couple of years, just on that front. Then it's to go down and look at gas-actuated equipment, okay? So valve operators have historically been driven by gas. So they blow the gas through a valve actuator, spins it, and drives the actuator closed, to close the valve. All right, well, that was back before. Back to Tristan's point about things have changed. That's not how it used to be. Well, that's okay. That's a different design we have to change. So we're eradicating those gas-driven valve actuators from the system using electronics and other technologies. And I think, the third is better deployment of technologies, including how we handle ESDs in the station through, machine learning and better monitoring in the station, sectional isolation in the station, not complete station blowdowns, which now high-speed computers can figure out where problems are based on sensors. And so those kind of things are the things that we're doing to reduce those. And they've been making great progress so far.
Good morning. I'm Jamie Manti. I'm the president of a local union that represents a utility workforce of about 1,500 in northern Indiana. We have a contingency here of about 6 of us, welders, gas controllers, system operators, with a lot of experience of responding to emergencies in the field, leaks, dig-ins, whatnot. I think this question is mainly for Brian, I would guess. I'm curious about how Duke and some of the other companies that you collaborate with are looking at the Pipes Act as it relates to not only safety of the public, but how the companies are preparing in anticipation of the rule for how they're going to manage the workforce. Do you anticipate a need for more workers? And I say that in the background of this. Our workforce is serious about safety. It's ingrained in us. Our motto at our local union is protecting life and property since 1943. And so I just really want to know what the operators in the industry are thinking in anticipation of how it's going to affect the workforce and their personal safety, them helping to protect the public, because we're working a lot of hours as it is. We feel stretched. So just want to get your take on that. And then one additional little piece of feedback for everybody here that's in the public. It's absolutely true that damages are probably the lowest hanging fruit, in my opinion, of being able to stop incidents. I know there's still a great responsibility from the companies to maintain and build their pipelines correctly. But some states don't even fine people for excavating into our lines and not calling 811. And some states don't even mandate that excavators call a one-call line. So that, to me, is some low-hanging fruit that the public could really lobby their states to get done, because we saw an immediate drop in Indiana when the dig law came through and people started getting fined for dig-ins. So question and feedback, but I appreciate the answer you could give. Thanks.
I think from a workforce standpoint, there's definitely, for us, probably, we just like similar for you, it's a tight labor market, right? And so continuing to attract employees, I would say our craft employees feel the same passion as you. When we talk, it's people, it's safety, people, and pipeline. It's what we do, and that's the mantra for our crews. And I think there's definitely, so if we look at, I'm thinking when you're talking about Pipes Act, you may be talking like the LDAR, leak detection and repair rule, and that definitely has the potential for increasing workload. And so it's something we're going to have to continue to evaluate. How do we bring in the talent and skill set? I'd say, and also the diverse skill set that we bring in to help us continue to drive excellence in our operations. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question or not, but it's a challenge that we all have, that we're going to continue to have in the weeks, days, months, and years ahead as we continue to operate in a safe manner and a better manner. I think it will be a challenge for us to continue to bring in the appropriate skill set. And I appreciate the question, because I think it's something that it's and it's not just this industry, but other industries as well.
We'll go to this side of the room, if that's okay.
Hello, my name is Maria Dunn, and I want to say to the people who consider themselves members of the public here that we are all members of the public. And just before this session, I heard some people who had been sitting down the road from me, not these folks, other people, who said, "We're going to leave now. Let's all walk out on them." And so thank you for staying, because I'm also part of industry, and I think what you've heard from my colleagues of how hard we work to keep everything in the pipe, to be safe for ourselves and our communities, and to be great environmental stewards. So thank you for staying, because we've been here for 2 days, and we really value hearing from you too. So thank you for listening to us, the operators.
Hello, I'm Greg Perry with Pennsylvania Farm Bureau. I would love to talk about corrosion because I'm also a corrosion engineer, but of a career of over 30 years, I've been on site for so many pipeline excavations. It's just incredible. And I have seen, and I've been present for a line strike and a line strike with release. But over the last, I guess, 10 years or so, I've seen an increase in emphasis for the 811 and states improving or increasing their requirements and increasing their outreach. But yet still, the excavation damage is still such a high factor. Are we tracking whether excavation releases include lines that are marked out or not marked out? Because I think that might be a big factor in ways that we can find out improvement. In other words, is it a compliance issue, or is it a the mark out and making sure that there's accurate location?
I can try to answer that. I mentioned I'm on CGA, which is Common Ground Alliance, and that entire organization is focused on excavation damage to all buried utilities, not just pipelines. So to answer your question, yes, those are tracked. We submit what we call dirt reports to CGA, and they track that overall for excavators. To trend, how do we get that number down? So it is tracked. I couldn't tell you what that number is, but it is tracked. Yes, not calling before digging is also a big one. And that's what, 811 years ago, we saw significant improvement in that. Now we're in that last percentage of, we're focused on how do we change that behavior. So we're changing how we do communications. We've got the mail out. One is specific to excavators. So we've got different technologies now we're using. We've tried geofencing with, your iPhones. We've got better participation from, various equipment rental companies that will put call 811 stickers on the side of the equipment when they call. So it is a movement to try to help drive that down, but it's a work in progress.
I'll throw in one thought that came up yesterday in a presentation. I think it was your all's data. What I thought was really informative was, if break this down by state, because these states are, these programs on damage prevention are deployed by the states. And if you look at how mature each of the different states are, I think you see a lot of variability. Some states, I remember Connecticut, and I think Pennsylvania, and others were very high in maturity. Other states didn't even have a color on the circle that was showing how mature their program was. That's very relevant to your question, is the variability between states and how they're deployed. So I think that's just an ever, as you said, this is a journey. We've got to keep pushing people to mature and grow. Some are way down the curve, some are not even in the room.
Yep. Who's next?
Hello, I'm a community member of Van Horn, Texas. We're about to get a 48-inch, 155-mile-long natural gas line in my backyard, 0.1 miles from literally my backyard, a mile from a school in a rural community of less than 2,000 people, where we do not have a trauma center near us. Just 2 months ago, there was a fatal accident involving 4 young boys. It took an hour for those kids to get help. They were my children. I want to look you in the face. Well, I'm here to go back, tell my community whether I should warn them about what's coming our way, or if I should reassure them. And over the past 24 hours, I've heard a lot of talking, but nobody's saying anything. And what I've noticed is that we're not a community, we're not anything, and I know you guys just recently said that you go to communities. I don't believe that, because there's a lot of public members here that weren't reached out before you come, and especially my community hasn't been reached out and told a pipeline is coming. So I know there hasn't been any research or data or anything going on why this is coming, and I don't believe your companies do that before they arrive, because I'm living that. But also, I want to go back to them and let them know that maybe we'll be safe. So with your cumulative years of experience, can you look me in the eye and tell me that I can go home and tell my boys that they will be safe with this pipeline in my backyard? Or are we going to come to the conference next year and I'm going to be one of those numbers on the data charts, just like the rest of the pipeline communities were? And that is my question.
I appreciate the personal nature of that question, and I appreciate the emotion and the energy in it. And to say, don't worry, would be inappropriate, frankly. I think the answer to your question, I think, lies in the intensity that particularly the regulator takes in this, because we talked a lot about there's people up here that are doing all kind of things, but it's not deployed consistently across the industry. Okay, that creates variability and risk. The regulator steps in and provides that platform of certainty to the public. And I'm not trying to skirt the issue about our accountability, but I think just recognizing the obvious. And I think the regulator is very mature in the integrity discussions, particularly around new pipeline construction. Routing's a little different animal, how they get so close to things. Okay, let's park that conversation as a separate thing. That's really not a PHMSA thing. That's more of a FERC siting issue. But on safety, I do think there is a lot of maturity in that conversation. And I do think there's a lot of certainty that you can glean by asking specific questions about what is that pipeline doing about integrity, whether that's testing the pipe prior to installation, depth of cover, what kind of tools will they be running in the tool. Those are great questions to ask in a public forum that would build confidence in your question and your boys' safety.
Yeah, I want to really thank you for your question and for being here and speaking up. And I just want to offer up our organization, the Pipeline Safety Trust, as a resource to you. Find any of us with the purple ribbon. I will try to look for you. And we can work on talking about, communicating risk is complicated, and we can try to walk you through that. We can try to educate you on, and anyone in your community on the important ways you can advocate for yourself to keep you and your boys safe. Maybe, do we have time for one more question? Or no? Yeah. One last question.
All right, if you guys ever watched The Lone Ranger, you remember it was Jay Silverheels that always had common sense solutions to the problems and these silver bullets upon which you speak. So what I've done is gone upstream, and I appreciate Enbridge, Kinder Morgan, WBI. They allowed me to have the dialogue and insist that those pipes were built safer to our standards, not PHMSA or anybody else. They went above and beyond by having that dialogue. And within our reservation, we took 1.3 million gallons spilled. And that's when we weren't doing our own oversight, and we took it down to 0 gallons. by these silver bullets. So what we've requested is greater wall thickness, hydrology studies, larger diameter pipes so you have lower operating pressure, HDD boring in areas of concerns like slope risk, water, increased smart pigging. When you're talking about corrosion, you don't have to do it every 7 years, do it every year until you establish a baseline and see there is no risk. There's no anomalies. We also had quality pipe, North American steel. Don't be bringing in this Chinese pipe. You know, bring in quality North American pipe and invest in communities. So one of our local gathering groups, Marathon, they donated gas monitors to all local responders. So there's a lot you can do, but these are just some of the things.
I think that's great. And that's what at Plains we try to do, right? Invest in the community, work with you. You know, we actually do look at all the geotechnical risks when we lay pipes and things like that. It's not when we site pipes that we just go and put them wherever. There's actually lots of studies, and unfortunately, I haven't found the program yet to do that. So we actually use a lot of outside consultants as we do that too. So I appreciate the comment, and that's what I think all the operators on this panel try to do.
Yeah, so thanks, everybody. Thank you to the panel. I want to thank everybody in the room and everybody who had to leave early. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for leaning into difficult conversations. You do all inspire me. There is a QR code, if you could put it up, for our survey. We'd love to hear how we could be better next year, what maybe we got right. Please don't ever hesitate to reach out to the Pipeline Safety Trust if we can be a resource to anybody. And I hope to see all of you again soon. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it.
Great meeting. Likewise. Are you on the board? No, because I am. Yeah, I just joined it because I was with Gold Shovel once upon a time.
Oh, that's how I met you.
Yes.
You met with us at
That's my goal.
several years ago.
Correct.
Are we collecting all of your data that we need to be able to make?